Hello everyone and welcome to Thunderpick World Championship South America Series 1. This is opening day here. We've got tons of great matches. We've got a lot of South American action for you coming up. But before we jump into that, as you can see, I'm joined here by the wonderful Nexus. How are you doing? How are you feeling about today?
I'm alright, I've been replacing you for the last few days, or the last few times you were supposed to here with Zola, but now I'm instead of getting to work with you again.
There we go. Exactly. Look, chop and change is what we do, I suppose, every now and again. But I think we should honestly jump straight into things with this. Already today, how things are going to be looking is we're going to be having 9Z playing against Game Hunters, and then we're going to have the second match from Group A, Flamengo versus Keyed Stars, and then we're going to have the Group A's winners match. So already going to have a decent idea of how Group A's are looking after today. We're going to have a pretty good sort of understanding in terms of where things are looking. I don't know if we can bring up the groups if we got that. Oh, here we go. Beautiful. And this is how things are going to head. So, I mean, already looking at these teams, I've actually got to watch a decent amount of them recently, and there's a lot of sort of marquee matchups. In particular, this first one, 9Z versus Game Hunters, the one that we get to cover Nexus. I think this is honestly going to be one of the most thrilling games of today. I'm excited to see that winners match as well, but I think between these two teams that we get to watch, I honestly don't think there could be a better day or a better way to kick things off here at Thunderpick South America. I think this is the perfect game for it. What are you thinking?
Honestly, I'm with you. I'm with you. I did manage to catch one of the recent games for Game Hunters. Looked okay at times, but not perfect, so I'm kind of hoping to see that if they can get a better game against 9Z. Of course, not an easy opponent. I don't think that's a surprise to anybody. It's for sure going to be one hell of a game.
I think sort of what you were saying about Game Hunters there is probably where quite a few of these teams are in sort of a similar regard, where it feels like form has been a little bit up and down for multiple of these teams. I mean, obviously, we're going to be covering 9Z. It wasn't too long ago that 9Z was sort of pushing top 10. They were sort of sitting at 11th in the world. That was sort of almost directly a year ago, or a bit less than a year ago, with this same core that they're playing with. But obviously, results haven't quite been there. Consistency's not exactly been the greatest of things. And it feels like that's what a lot of these teams have in this South America series. Even Red Canids, I mean, you look at sort of the name value that they have on that team, you'd be expecting them to perform at a better place. It's not quite working out, and I feel like this event is sort of that proving ground where a lot of these teams need to make their mark in this team, where a lot of these teams have fallen short in the past, where this is the time, we've got to prove that we are some of these top teams in South America. We've got to prove that these roster changes, these sort of inner issues that we've had are going to be resolved. Because this is, look, there's a lot of teams here that I think on paper we're looking at and saying they've got to be doing some decent things. I mean, I got to watch Flamengo recently. They impressed me. I mean, Bounty Hunters, they've still got a lot of name value. Red Canids, obviously, called Zera at the helm. It feels like there's a lot of different sides here that should be looking to push for a victory. But form hasn't quite been there.
The form has not quite been there, quite indeed. And that is, like you say, unfortunately, what's an issue for a few of these teams, and it might be a slightly, now this is more theory talk if you're wanting to go to that in a bit, right? The roster moves that happen with South American teams, they're quite frequent, right? So it's hard to find the right form when people keep changing in lineups, for Game Hunters as well, right? Most recently, you've had now Rizioli a few months ago, 2 months ago, Lich 3 months ago. There's a lot of changes that keep happening here, and it's very consistent that you do get to see these being made overall. So that's kind of the thing that obviously does go hand in hand with consistency. Is first you need to add the players to your roster, make sure everything is good, and then 2 weeks later, a month later, well, somebody else is gone. And that's the thing that you also have to keep in mind with a lot of teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of touching on Game Hunters a little bit more. Yeah, like you said, they've made these couple of roster changes recently. Obviously, the core of ABR, Mello, and PRT has stayed the same. But, yeah, have been a couple of moves that we've seen. I do think there's a decent player in Ricoli. I don't think we've quite got to see the best out of him just yet since joining this roster. We got to see Game Hunters in CCT in the South American series there. They had some decent displays, losing to Red Canids in a 2-0 fashion. I mean, look, I don't think it's a huge surprise for them to lose to Red Canids. I just think it's more the way that they ended up losing that game. It was pretty one-sided. It was quite, it was Yeah, it's pretty dominant from Red Canids, really. And for a team like them, who haven't exactly hit the ground running with each of their roster changes that they've made, obviously, them recently only made a couple as well. I was a bit disappointed to see Game Hunters kind of get blown out the water that heavily. I think in this game, look, maybe it could be a bit closer on paper, but I still really do back this roster of 9Z. I'm curious what you think about, because obviously Martinez, House Peak, and Max were all on this roster when they were sort of 11th in the world, where they were sort of really knocking at the door of we're going to be this staple tier 1 team. But sort of since then, we slowly saw them trickling down those rankings, haven't quite managed to work out. You can see they tried to make these changes to keep themselves up there. And although individually their team looks good, it's just the results aren't necessarily coming with them. And I don't really know how. Look, don't get me wrong, they do tend to lose to sort of some of the upper echelon South American teams. Sort of like your Red Canids at times, like your Legacy, Imperial as well. Teams like that, but it feels like they can't quite cross this threshold into that sort of top South American team yet. They're so close to it, but it feels like they keep on falling short when it matters most.
Yeah, I see exactly where you're coming from, and do agree with that as well. Right? It is very much an interesting point, because like you say, right, they were knocking at top 10, right? Like, they were there. But it's just not the same, and dare I say, going a little bit into conspiracy mode, not really conspiracy.
I'm all here for it.
Okay, it's like the VRS points definitely do hurt them a little bit, because they don't always, or like they haven't had the exact same events being played or the exact same results as some of the teams, right? They've tried their close qualifiers, they've even, right, started off the year with a couple of other, like, CCT events, right? But haven't had massive results. Like, they just haven't hit the groove. They've had events with it, been right. They've had the landed like Elisa Masters Espo. They had that one as well. Rio, like these were still last year, but they've had these events and possibilities to make something happen. But it just hasn't been what you need to maintain those VRS points, and that's kind of where you see them not at big events. That's a massive issue as well, or massive blow to that ranking. And then you add on top that when you, like, say, they haven't always been, or no, haven't recently been able to beat some of the best, or better and best South American teams as well, that's going to hurt even more.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely does feel like that. It doesn't feel like there's necessarily as many opportunities to get your VRS points in this region, and it really does feel like when given the chance, you have to take it, and that's been the issue for sort of a couple of these teams here. But before we sort of dive into some of these sort of individuals that we're going to be talking about and who we're probably going to be highlighting throughout this game a lot, we do have the vetoes to break things down. Mirage being selected by Game Hunters, 9Z picking Dust 2, and Nuke as that decider. I have always felt, when watching any sort of South American games, Nuke always feels like a map that these teams love to play. I don't necessarily know if it's like their version of like our Mirage or something, but it always feels like teams want to play Nuke. They want to get it in their map full. It always feels like they got a very exciting way of playing Nuke. I don't know if it's just me that feels like that, but we're getting it as our decider, so I'm excited about that. In terms of what we've seen from Game Hunters and Mirage, have actually seen them play a little bit of it. It's not been greatest of forms. They have played against pretty challenging teams. Got to actually watch them play at Philadelphia. Pretty close loss there, but really their form's not quite been there on this map. 9Z selecting Dust 2. I don't think that's a surprise, do you?
No, not really. That's like been the one consistent for 9Z is that they have been playing Dust 2 for a long time, or like to a good degree as well. Like 2020, since 2024, they've been really good on it, mostly, but it has been up and down. And then 2025, you know, a little less so far, but yeah, you know, the year's only halfway done, of course. So this is where things have actually looked a lot better, right? Dust 2 has been their playground. It's really been one where they've only lost to, I mean, Imperial, Crew, then Elevate. Like, all those games were close. Like, that's really good in terms of results and home ground advantage for them to start off this series.
Yeah, and I actually think it's honestly reasonably lucky for both teams that their map pools are reasonably similar on paper, that we haven't really got to see a huge amount of terrain, haven't got to see a huge amount of ancient. We've seen a little bit of Inferno from 9Z, but next to nothing from Game Hunters. And then on the flip side, a little bit of Anubis from Game Hunters, but not a lot from 9Z. So it feels like it always kind of lended itself to being Mirage, Dust to, and Nuke as those 3 maps that we're going to see. Basically, there wasn't really a choice for anything else to be selected. We maybe could have seen 9Z look to pick into Inferno, but maybe not 100% confident of that just yet. But it feels like this is kind of as even a veto as we get between each of these teams. So it feels like it leaves a lot up in the air as to who can go on to take it. I don't really think there's a lot of guarantees for this. So I'm still believing in this 9Z roster, but every time I have watched Game Hunters, they have really impressed me. And then they do sort of surprise me when I don't watch them with sort of certain losses. But it always feels like they're able to sort of dig deep in certain games and always be able to claw things over the line. But 9Z, look, they are still this core of this team that last year were really knocking on the door of Tier 1. But we do have our head-to-head here, Mello and Martinez. I don't really think this is much of a surprise to see. These always feel like 2 standout players on either side of the server. Obviously, both being the AWPers. I think these on sort of the maps that we do have, Mirage and Dust, I think we can see, and even Nuke, to be fair, on the CT side, I think we can see a lot of their open prowess. And I feel like these are 2 names that kind of have to step up for both teams if either roster wants to be able to take this series. Now, is there anyone that you're sort of looking at as well? Maybe that isn't Mello Martinez?
Probably. Like, I'm also looking at, like, Lucan on that 9Z side. Like, there's a lot to look at on that 9Z side, just statistically speaking. But the problem is, right, if you look at the last, just 3 months, right, that's where the HLTV filters got to do default to. Right, they haven't even played a lot of games, right? It's, what, 29 games they've played? Maybe 27, I don't know. But it's just not a lot. And then as well, you look at the opponents, right? We talked about it, like, we know 9Z were pushing that top 10. Of course, different time nowadays. And they haven't had any opponents outside South America in that sort of last couple of months. So, sure, the stats look great. But, a little bit inflated, you could maybe argue as well, just because we know how good the players can be as well. I don't know. Is that something? Am I on the right track here, maybe?
Yeah, look, I certainly think you can be. I certainly think that can come into effect a bit, but I also think, look, we can talk about stats, we can talk about as many players as we want, but most importantly, it's going to come down to who we're stepping up on the server today, who's stepping up for this series, because this is that Group A opening match. This is going to be one of these 2 teams already pushing themselves up to the winners match, which will be played later today, so it is a hugely important one for both these sides. But we do have a couple of delays, Nexus, and we are going to be jumping into a short break before we jump into the action with the game. So before we go live with 9Z versus Game Hunters, we're going to be jumping into a short break, and we'll be back with the action very shortly. Map number 1 is finally live, and we do have Remix standing in for one of our head-to-head players on Game Hunters. Mello not playing, at least for map number 1. Hopefully going to be back later in this series, but Game Hunters are underway with a fast pistol hit through a PRT, finds the early kill. The CT is trying to come back, but all getting picked apart, and Game Hunters with or without a stand, it doesn't seem to matter. The call is perfect, and the bullets are connected. And HowSoPeak, though, a double kill from him, maybe a bit more to be said in this round. Well, maybe not.
Maybe not. You know, respect the hustle and the effort, but it's ABR to clean it up in the end there. It's a decent opening as well for 9Z there, which does kind of suck for them. They had the openings around the edge of the smoke that HowSoPeak is over a couple of his own. But not good enough, because Game Hunters, they just glocked them. Everybody's worst nightmare. Headed to round number 2, we are going to be seeing a full eco from 9Z. Respect, I like it. I had this conversation as well with Fred. You know, he enjoys a bit of the force buys, or at least isn't opposed to them. I, myself, do not like them. I like seeing these ecos here. Means there is not going to be an AWP, most likely.
Ooh.
But HowSoPeak, look at him go!
I mean, he's making it look more like a full buy at this point. There is another deagle on Luke, and yeah, exactly. And deep space can be taken in certain positions. You can see how paranoid the T's are, though. Already just 3 players surviving, and they're paranoid about any of this aggression. They're paranoid about some of these pushes that we could see from the CT side, but not the case. It's all the odds at the top of your screen massively favoring 9Z there. I mean, look, I'm probably coming into this one. I'm not sure about you, Nexus, but I do think 9Z probably do have to come in with a slight favourite. I don't know if it's necessarily that extreme.
I mean, they are the favourite, yes. I kind of see them more still as a heavy favourite, but I can see an argument as well for Game Hunters absolutely being more than I initially put them here. But then the stand-in situation comes through as well, so that kind of balances things out immediately. But I'm open to this conversation where Game Hunters are going to be taken here map 1 at least. Map 2, we'll see how things go. But as currently stands, I do have a lot of trust in 9Z. And I think they've got a lot of trust in themselves. They've got themselves now just 2 remaining, and 1 HowSoPeak. That's 3 for his Desert Eagle, 1 for Remix. And at the end of the round is coming through. It is going to be 9Z. Featuring HowSoPeak and the Desert Eagle to secure round number 1.
Yeah, after a round like that, I can start to see why they maybe favoured that heavily. That was an eco. There was 2 deagles invested and nothing else. And somehow 3 deagle bullets connect. Adam S able to retrieve a Galil, find a double kill from him as well. And 9Z absolutely shut me up on round number 2 here. And instantly, we're kind of in a weird force by war, even though we're not in a force by war, where Game Hunters don't have a choice but to fully invest this. And look at the buy that 9Z have. You've got an AWP out on Martinez. You've got 4 rifles. Sure, one of them's a Galil, but I don't think that's going to be an issue. This buy is so strong for 9Z. Just don't know what Game Hunters can do, apart from see if your individuals can dig you out of this one. There are 2 players towards the underpass position. Max is going to just be evacuating connector for now, dropping the smoke grenade, give himself a bit more room to play around. But I think this is a right call from 9Z. Don't fight too heavily towards mid on this one. Just play a bit more passively, timidly towards connector and short. Because, you know, in middle, I mean, we saw what HowSoPeak did in the last round with the Deagle. Maybe don't give that sort of range advantage to them.
They give it a lot of respect to the pistols here. Might result in some issues, especially if the Tech 9 gets the drop. And even if it does, apparently, troubles, not really. Those have been dealt with here, and 1 remains. ABR, they've seen him. 36, and the Desert Eagles taking his pot shots, but only 1 at the end. That's still decent. Not really. That was a full investment. 1 buy or 1 kill for the entire round is not what Game Hunters are looking for there, and thus 9Z have a chance to stabilize Martinez as well. Of course, AWP goes out for him. Courtesy, I believe, of Luke in this case. Unless I just completely missed that he had that last round.
Yeah, and obviously, we haven't even really touched on what happens if Game Hunters do lose this map. This is their map selection. We've seen some tough results from them on Mirage in the past, but they have been against some pretty solid teams, to be fair, in their own right. They do play a lot of Dust 2. They have a decent Dust 2, but obviously you never want to drop your map pick and sort of move onto 9Zs and have any sort of comfortability when you move to there. The Glock will be able to find one, nothing more, surely. I mean, this is not a highlight round for anyone, to be honest. There's a lot of missed shots come through, but it is still 4 survivors for 9Z. The money is certainly going to be growing for them, and finally we will have a proper buy once again for Game Hunters. And this is the issue. When you lose your AWP for a Mellow, you have Remix having to stand in, having to wield that AWP himself. I mean, luckily Mirage kind of can be a bit of a puggy map, a bit like Dust 2 as well, so hopefully we're not going to see Remix 2 out of his element. But it's still going to be a new environment to come into, and trying to perform at a high level against 9Z, it's going to be a difficult task. I'm curious to see what he's going to provide for us on this big green.
Game Hunters, for now at least, we'll see them respect the early utility, so that might be a reoccurring theme, or just trying to give 9Z a sense of security in mid if there's going to be a round where that utility is lacking. We might see a different approach there for Game Hunters, but for now, it's slow. They set themselves up with essentially what is a couple of flashbangs, a Molotov now towards window. Not much more to take the space, because 9Z are not going to be keeping fighting for this. Let it happily play this one from a more passive position. Max, the only one exploring, now smoked off as well. And I feel like it's rounds like this for 9Z that kind of showcase the sort of class that they should be in, to a degree, right? They can play these rounds even with these 5-on-5s. They don't need to get a advantage immediately. They'll happily wait for you to walk into them. And in this situation, it has led Martinez to a nice little 2K. Lich has shut him down. But nobody else is going to pressure this. 25 seconds. Well, 9Z, not scared of running down the clock. We might see that be a thing on the other side, but 15 seconds remain and out towards A.
Adam S already finding just the 1 kill's all he needs to do. Actually, we'll go back for seconds, and really disciplined there from Adam S in terms of this peak towards short. Max able just to walk his way in. ABR not ready for that. AWP's been saved, and yeah, most of that round was pretty much disadvantaged for 9Z, but you see Martinez, he's not shying away from any of those gunfights towards A. Double kill. Eventually will get found by Lich, but it just sets Adam S up so well here in short. And it feels like the CTs playing off one another superbly there. Just using one another's contact brilliantly. And that's the first real full buy we get to see out of 4 Game Hunters. And falls pretty flat. But it's interesting if we're going to see throughout the rest of this half, if 9Z are just willing to give up middle, sort of play it a bit more passively and not actually look to fight it too much on the front foot. Because so far, that's what we've seen. Haven't looked to put too much stock into that position as another half buy comes out for Game Hunters. Bit of a hero Galil as well. Pretty early.
Free is decent. HE could finish the job. Not this time. But this is already as well Game Hunters testing a different approach into mid. And in a round like this as well, I do like it. You have very little to lose and so much you can instead exploit from winning a round like this. Not even winning, but just getting a couple of kills in the bomb plant. Pioli is in a good position. Martinez in a better one. They were going to clear him out no matter what. They're smartly played by 9Z, recognizing what was happening. And with that look as well, they're going to know something's happening toward the B side. Adam S will support. Molly down. Huaso peak. 1. Make it 2. Make it all 3. Give it a second. No, never mind. Down to 3.
Well, I guess eventually PRT sort of humiliated there against the 3 HP player. The flashbang good enough, and somehow none of those bullets connected. But I mean, great awareness from 9Z to instantly recognize the early boost into window. And not only do you end up seeing the player from Connector start to dart their attention towards jungle, Martinez has just posted up on that angle. They're super aware of what could be happening. It feels like they've really done their homework, or they know exactly what Game Hunters want to do in a situation like this. But so far, been that 5-round streak from 9Z, and towards middle, we are going to see a bit more of a heavy fight from Lucan as he just gets the 1 kill. I think they're going to be happy just to back away from that. A little bit more chip damage towards top middle as well, softening up a couple of players. Do have the AWP of Remix here, but it's actually PRT to find the kill onto Max, so Lucan is just going to back away. But 4 versus 4. The A setup is good. Deep positions, not a lot of room to breathe if the T's make their way out there. But you can see 9Z completely giving up middle now. Just going to leave Game Hunters guessing.
As long as we don't see the CT side make another rotation, they will be fine. And with Adam S's deep position in B apps, Game Hunters are walking into a massive trap. So with time running out here, I'm assuming Game Hunters are going to be fairly quick about this. We'll have to check all their corners, probably will overlook what are not hard clear instead. Might be what leads, so this T side to a fumble. That as well. Not taking the full chance in walking out there. Instead, it's 1 and 2. Yeah, that's gonna be a fumble for sure. Flash as well, but Huaso Peak will be set up by his teammate, and 1 more having gone down at the PRT. Suddenly leaves just 1. And the round, yet again here, for the side of 9Z. They've got great responses here.
Yeah, no, look, you have the contingency of Huaso Peak there, just tucked behind the boxes, ready for the aggression to come out. Barely even needed in that round. And it feels like he was just there as that backup just in case things did start to spiral out of control. But the setup's really strong, great awareness that it could be this play towards A. Have a lot more bodies over towards that side of the map, and 9Z are looking unstoppable right now. And I think the biggest issue that I'm having with Game Hunters is these rounds aren't even coming close. These are all pretty dominant from 9Z. I mean, look, I think the closest round we probably had is 3 survivors for 9Z. And when it comes to that, you can see money starting to really boom on certain players. 3 of them above that 10k mark. Adam S, 13k in the reserve. And I think that just states how one-sided these last 6 rounds have been. Game Hunters, their pistol, the only success that they've got on their map selection so far, and they've got to turn things around, and they are going to look towards B. They've got the disadvantage. Adam S, Martinez has done really good at actually finding these early kills. There's another disadvantage round for the T's, and just with these weaker weapons, it is going to be Riccioli trying to open up this bomb site with this AK-47 in hand.
Making noise. There you go. Huaso Peak, top of the trash can, able to see into the apartments, but not ready for the follow-up. Rotation is coming through. It's going to be Max up close in the kitchen already. There goes a bit of util. Try to force Remix to move. This retake itself, just when we were talking about how good 9Z's responses were, this time they let a massive gap into their defenses. Now that retake comes through. It's Adames who will start this one off with the first. Second spotted up close. There is going to be util. Lich is blind. PRT, however, does support. And it's down to the last 2 here as well on a short. They're both walking through. Lich denies and 1 remains. The Desert Eagle has the angle. Has this one, but the shot is not there. And with a second to spare, the defuse from Martinez will secure round for 9Z. It's a close call, but they're not going to let it slip despite their best efforts.
Yeah, you were sort of speaking about 9Z leaving that gap open. I was about to say I don't really mind if you sort of stack a bomb site a bit more heavily than another, as long as you've got a decent retake. But yeah, a little bit sloppy. Not the greatest retake we've seen, and you can see just the man advantage was really the difference maker for 9Z there, and the superior weapons that they did have allowed Martinez to win that 1 versus 2. But yeah, certainly came close. Certainly came down to the wire, and look, that is the closest round that we've seen Game Hunters have in a long time. But I love that Martinez is saving the AK over the AWP. He knows that the money's in such a good spot. Opening kill again for 9Z, and this is with Remix being 2 HP as well. So, despite how close the last round looked, these full buys are still falling a little bit flat as Lich emerges through the underpass. As middle again is not really been an issue for Game Hunters to take. It's just been, what do they lose? What's it cost to take this portion of the map? And in this round, it costs ABR's life and 98 points of health on Remix. What is this? Where are people looking?
Not at the right place, apparently. Can't be saying the same for 9Z, however, because they've looked in every right place. And even in this situation, PRT swings into 1, suddenly multiplies to 3 or 4 on a screen. That is rough.
I'm not sure about that peek from Lich there. I mean, it's certainly a different way I've seen someone peek out from underpass with their back turned. I guess he was trying to look towards short, but it looked a little amateur. And I think the biggest issue is these rounds have looked a little easy for 9Z, and I think that's the biggest criticism you can give to Game Hunters is when rounds are looking this easy for 9Z. I mean, you know they're gonna snatch them up every day of the week, but we can see Riccioli still 0 frags to be found here on Mirage after 9 rounds of play. Hopefully this 10th is going to be a difference maker. As, look, we said Game Hunters, it feels like they need a lot of players, a lot of different players to step up if there's any chance they can take down this roster of 9Z. Mello normally being their sort of top fragger, their star man on this side, but they've got to make do without him in this series, and right now it feels like they can't really scramble together anything. It's 8 in a row now for 9Z, as they are really starting to close things up to what could be an extremely dominant first half.
So far, that seems to be the case. But here's the thing: while you weren't here, while I was with Fred for a few days, we had like 8-4, 9-3, I think, almost every half. Yet half of those still ended up in comebacks. That's the scary part for a lot of these games to consider as well. Right? It doesn't matter how big the lead is. They can always come back.
That is one thing I will say about sort of South American CS, that it always feels like it doesn't feel like there's nearly any other region that quite have, I like to call them like the South American moments, or like the magic moments from South America. That is just the absolute chaos that you do sometimes see on the server. Last time I got to watch some South American games, I got to watch a 2v2 that we saw the AWPer looking the wrong way, and the two sort of CTs flanking this AWPer. They go to knife him, but they go for the double left click, you know, for a bit of BM. And the AWP just 180 headshots, and they lose the round because of it. I don't think there's any other region where you can quite see sort of madness like that occur. And I do feel like it always does lead to some of the most entertaining CS that you can watch. I mean, for better or for worse, because if you lead sort of 9-3, you probably should be able to close out the map. But I think just the way that we're watching 9Z play now, I will be surprised if they have a similar halftime score to that, if they aren't able to close things out. All on Remix. Could actually get taken down after time here.
Oh!
Maybe not.
Nasty. Very nice, but that's a consolation prize. He gets to keep a Galil, $100 in the bank, get his team. Yeah, I mean, they're kind of forced into a corner here, right? You can maybe half buy on the rest here if you want to go for something like a weird one. Still have money in the next, and that kind of seems to be the case. You've got Lich, who's ecoed. He's got a flash and a smoke. Tech 9's half armor or armor on Riccioli and PRT, and then you have Remix saved weapon and ABR who's forced. This is a cursed buy coming out of Game Hunters. But it's an aggressive take, and one that will be successful. 9Z take the fight straight to Game Hunters, and they've not given them an opportunity here. Perfect flashbang execution, and it is quick and clean for 9Z to decide where this round goes.
Yeah, all I can think is, did Lich know he was going to get absolutely bodied in this round and just thought, yeah, no point in buying anything because it doesn't matter what weapon I have there. The setup too strong from 9Z, as this has to be 10 in a row from them. Unless we can see some sort of crazy 2 versus 5, which doesn't feel convincing. We do have that saved Galil still, or Remix. But 9Z have just looked sort of a couple of levels above right now. And this has been a team that has had a couple of games where they do just fall short, surprisingly. But here, I mean, furthest thing from it, this is the 9Z that, look, we were seeing a year ago, where they were sort of pushing for that tier 1, where they were sort of sitting. I mean, a lot of people probably would say they were a tier 1 team then. And look, I think that's a fair assessment as well. But it feels like I said, I think this is an event where a lot of teams have a point to prove, 9Z being one of those. And if they can sort of just run through the competition in Group A here, I think that's a really good start for this roster that has been slowly sort of stagnating over the last few months. Can it be 11 in a row, though? Remix is up, finds the opening kill. Gun fights towards top middle. Adames has to get caught out, and this is a much better looking round for Game Hunters. The question is it just too late in the half, though? The final round, space out towards A is being taken by Remix and Lich. And it's left also Peak and Lucan sort of just guessing.
It's going to be a tough one. Lich takes a shot. Lucan will trade. Looking for 11 in a row here. That smoke will give him a little bit of space to maneuver around. A shot taken. Up forced into CT. He's got to be able to recognize this, but how does he take this duel? If he wants to swing it towards Ticket Booth, that could be the opening he's looking for. Player default, that is going to be the problem. He's giving it up now. There's a bit of noise. Ammunition's running low. Remix, he, however, has taken down Lucan here and will not be 11 in a row. You can clearly see the way into there as well. That jump might have made that mistake as well. Who knows? But he gave it a try. That's going to be Game Hunters, however, at 2. For halftime, not great. And keep in mind, yeah, they won that pistol.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a bleak showing on Game Hunters map selection. Look, there's a number of factors you can come into this. I think 9Z was certainly favoured into this matchup, but I think the addition of the stand-in makes things very brutal. But I think regardless if you got a stand-in or not, you're still Game Hunters. You've still got some good showings that you've had in the past. Need to see a better result than, 10-2 first half of you winning that pistol round, and then the final round allowing 9Z to go on a 10-round streak uncontested. And the closest round that we probably had out of all of them was sort of just that eco, that half-by hit towards B that came down to the 1 versus 1. And apart from that, it's just been sort of just domination from 9Z. Everyone having a great game. Max not really being required all too much. Riccioli's still on 0 frags after the first half. It just feels like 9Z have done more than enough here to be able to bring things over the line. Like I know you've said there's been some very close score lines you've seen that have sort of been finished the first half with a really dominant one and still can make a comeback happen. I just think the display that we've seen from 9Z, I'll be pretty shocked we see something like that again. I just don't think they've really given Game Hunters much room, and I also think just individually they've outclassed them in sort of every department.
I mean, that just is the problem, right? That's kind of what we did say. 9Z, of course, they've had their moments, but it's just the recent times where they've had issues, where they have been losing to some of the better teams here in South America. And it wouldn't be crazy to say they would or would not be the absolute greatest at the moment, right? But maybe that's just the chance they haven't been able to take. Maybe now they want to do that. Maybe now is when they've decided to start playing the game the way they wanted to again. Right? They've had a couple of months now with the recent additions into this roster. I say like a couple of months, but like 4 and 5, you know, with Lucan and Adames. Should be enough time, right? They're trying to add more power to that team, and more power. They already had it out in Martinez and Huaso Peak. They've been delivering.
They completely overlooked the player in the corner, and still they can find the kills. This round, very similar, very reminiscent to what Game Hunters did as well. Just a fast hit towards A with utility. and seemingly just as one-sided. ABR will be able to find a couple of consolation frags towards the end. The A1 site is open, but with no defuse, get no time. Going to be a mission. Can you save this USP? Got armor behind it. It will make this what is going to be a second round force by a little bit better. You can bring out FAMAS, and there you go. ABR has purchased that, and yeah, I mean, unsurprisingly, we're at the point of the game where game hunters, they don't have a choice but to force. It feels like you're just way too far down. I mean, look, a nice couple of shots at the end, I suppose, from ABR. Hopefully, going to be signs of him maybe getting a bit more warmed up for map number 2. But I don't think there's a lot of time left to get warmed up for map number 1. As this is the buy that game hunters have to work with. We saw an eco victory from 9Z on their second round on this CT side. Maybe we can see some sort of madness happen again from game hunters. But the FAMAS of ABR initially towards short. Max has crept on past a lot of bodies here. It's lining up to be the B here. This would be a perfect call. It's just ABR and his FAMAS on this side of the map.
Oh, that's a free side at that point. FAMAS, not even one. The weapon, it'll take itself, it'll throw itself out of the hands, but he's got one. That might be okay if you have the rotations here quick enough. Not necessarily, but a smoke goes out. Let the CT side have a bit of room now to work around the site. In kitchen, PRT with a kill of his own. This one may still be on. The problem is, there's no kit. Gotta move quickly. Half the time's already ticked down from apartments. Martinez, first one defended. Second, will surprise, but now you got a whole W. Move quickly here, because the T side, they will deny you if you let them. And while it's not clean, 9Z, they still have this one. And with that, Charlie, it's map point.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a miserable showing from game hunters, if we're being honest. Still 0 frags on Riccioli, 0-14. It's never a scoreline you like to see. Even if you just find one, it feels a bit more respectable. But this has been a difficult one for game hunters. And yeah, as soon as we go on to see that second round force come through, it's more of just a matter of time. When will this be closed out? The force is obviously coming through again. ABR with M4 in hand. Got a couple of MP9s. I mean, the buy is better than the last, but it's still not exactly essentially up to snuff, as Lich is advancing with this MP9 and gets ripped out of the server. Opening kill goes the way of 9Z. Do we have any sort of a response, any sort of a defense that can hold this off? All 4 players are here for game hunters. They do have the bodies to back it up, but the kills just are not coming through. Remix going down as well. ABR's M4 still not being tested. Finally swings on out. Will find a double. Riccoli in front of them, or Lee. Actually finds one of his own. Bit messy in this round here from 9Z. They still do have the weapon advantage. No superior weapons have been able to be retrieved at all. But it feels like they've done enough.
Yeah.
1 versus 2. When the final player does get taken down. It's been a hell of a show in there from 9Z. Losing the pistol round initially and then just losing 1 single round off the back of that. This is their opponent's map pick. Look, we haven't seen the greatest of things from game hunters on Mirage. It is a map that they do like to pick a decent bit of the time, though, alongside a map like Nuke as well. But similarly, we haven't exactly seen the greatest things from 9Z either on this map. They've looked pretty disappointing at times as well. But that Mirage, I mean, what a turnaround that was.
I mean, absolutely. It's 1 round they end up winning, which is right after the pistol, and the game is just done. There was no other conversation there. This was supposed to be the weak link in that map pool. But it goes to show the quality and class that 9Z now is supposed to be in comparison to game hunters. Right, not terrible by any means, but 9Z is still like a tier above. And now as well, right, Charlie? With that first map, we're headed to Dust 2, and we're missing as far as we know, Mello's still not going to be on the server. Remix will be subbing in. And on the other side, you had Martinez, who I think had, like, what, 17, 18 kills toward the end there? Yeah, that's going to hurt you. That's going to hurt your chances a little bit.
I think especially when you look at how many opening kills Martinez ended up finding in that first half as well. Like, you look at Dust 2 towards middle on both the T side and the CT, there's a lot of room for you to find those early kills, sort of all across the map, really. And if Martinez is playing anything like that, and he's got the riflers by his side, it does make you worry a little bit for Game Hunter's chances. I think especially with Melo being one of their sort of looked-to players when sort of the chips are down, and Game Hunter's missing him, it feels like they are missing a really key part of their side. But look, we're going to come back for Dust 2 after a break. We'll be able to break things down a little bit more there. But beforehand, we are going to jump to about a 10-minute break before we're back with map number 2, potentially the final map in this series. But don't go anywhere, and we'll be back very shortly. And we are back with map number 2 here between 9Z and Game Hunters Nexus. We just got to watch an absolute stomping on map number 1. On Game Hunters map pick, but 9Z were unrelenting. They looked ruthless on that one. Didn't give Game Hunters even a minute to breathe there. Are you expecting something similar here on map number 2?
Probably. Maybe not to the same degree, because it's really hard to expect anything of that same sort, back-to-back, because that is just insane consistency. But I wouldn't say no to still seeing 9Z be pretty damn good here. Right, I talked about it. This is their map, pretty much. Like, for 2025, this has been their map. They've lost 3 times. 2 out of those have been 11-13, the other one was 11 or 13-8. Like, they've been really damn good. And Huaso Peak, I love the confidence. Result is not there, but he'll still at least buy space for his teammates to maneuver and move into the death domain. Down to the last man here, and problem is, Lucan does not have the moment. What he does have is a P250, a Dreams, and one potential headshot waiting for him. 9Z with a pistol this time.
Yeah, not a great pistol, actually. I mean, looked really good initially, and then they just wanted to fight towards CT. Was a 5 versus 2 for a brief moment there, and somehow Game Hunters brought that to a 1 versus 1. Now, they were almost able to actually get over the line, but 9Z individuals stepping up, and that felt like a real big talking point of map number 1, where individuals were stepping up. Whereas on the flip side of things, for Game Hunters, we didn't quite have players having the same sort of prowess. But one positive that Game Hunters do have that we didn't actually get to speak about is you can see Remix no longer on the server, and they've got Mello back. Seems like his electricity issues that I believe was keeping him out of map number 1 have been resolved, and he's back on the server here. And this feels like a really big change-up for Game Hunters. As, like we said many times, Mello sort of sitting at that 1.14 rating on the big green, on the sniper. Feels like someone who can actually rival Martinez.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we were hoping for. That is exactly what we were hoping for as well, right? In that head-to-head, we had a Bello. We didn't get to see him on map 1 because he was just not available, but now he's good, he's back, and ready to rumble, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Didn't exactly get a huge amount of time, probably to warm up for map number 2. Obviously, didn't get to play map number 1, so hopefully he's going to be sort of hitting the ground running, as that is what Game Hunters need. Also, so we highlighted a player like Riccoli. He's the newest addition to this Game Hunters roster. Been on the team now for a couple of months. Had some good games, had some bad games. It feels like his form's kind of similar to what Game Hunters is at that certain point. Did finish map number 1 with a single kill. We're going to need him to find a bit more impact than that. I think he found that final kill, or his only kill, in the final round of the half, I want to say, final round of the map. So hopefully for him, he can actually have a bit more impact here, because, yeah, very, very quiet. Just couldn't really get going whatsoever on map number 1. And Game Hunters, look, I think if 9Z play anything like they did on map number 1, we are going to need to have multiple players step up on their side. But it seems we are having a bit of an extended technical pause here. So we are going to jump into a short break before we do bring the action back for round number 2. So don't go anywhere. And we're back. Luckily, just a bit of a short tech issue there. We are back with round number 2. Riccioli will find the early kill. The Huaso Peak there in the lower tunnels. Aggression comes through, and instantly 9Z kept at bay. The second round force spy from Game Hunters yielded some early success. It doesn't feel like 9Z are shying away from fighting towards the tunnels. As this smoke fades, it is just going to be PRT here by his lonesome. And you can see he is actively ready. Melo's disconnected. I mean, that was the reason for the tech issue, and he's gone again. So the man advantage in this round, sadly,
lost.
yeah, that is a really brutal way. It feels like we're probably going to be jumping into another tech issue after this, unless Melo can get it sorted. But yeah, it's been a bit of a prevalent issue for him throughout today. That's why we had a remix standing in with map number 1. PRT elevated up, gets found for nothing, and the rotation's just so far away. Lucan can just hold them off. This round's going to go the way of 9Z, and it feels really brutal that they found the man advantage. Game Hunters, they had the early success, and yet still, they've got nothing to take away from it.
Yeah, that's a bit of a tough one there. A very tough situation, only for Game Hunters. Alright. Unless we hear differently, production, please let us know if we have information on what is happening with Melo there. I'm assuming there's going to be a bit of a break again. Yeah, it's a bit of a pause. How long? We're still going to figure that out, but golly, this is not looking great to start off for Game Hunters. It looked good for a second, and then it didn't.
I mean, that's the worst thing, isn't it? It's not necessarily when these tech issues happen, when these tech pauses come through, but it's more so just when it happens in a round, and in a round where you actually, in a game where you're already one map down, in a round where you find an advantage, and it happens like that, you give up the early kill that way, it just allows PLT to get overwhelmed on that B bomb site, and the round just slips through your fingers. And like you said, we're in another tech issue. Melo still got to try to figure this internet out. I don't know if Remix is still sort of standing on the sidelines, ready to jump in. I'm not really sure what this means, but look.
Yeah, I think there's one thing we can do. Tell us what that is, Charlie. You know what it is, yeah.
Well, like Nexus just said there, we are going to be jumping into a short break before we do come back with round number 3. Slowly but surely, we're getting one round closer to the finish line, and maybe we'll be able to be in the action for a little bit longer than last time. But we are going to jump into a short break while Melo sorts out his issues, so don't go anywhere. are back. Mello in the server. Whether it's going to be permanently, still up in the air. Hopefully, all issues have been resolved. Then we can jump into the second map of the opening game here in Group A. And the opening game of the whole event, in fact, as 9Z, in case you missed it, won the pistol round, took down Game Hunters on the fourth buy, thanks to a Mello disconnect as well. But just here on the anti-eco, 9Z shouldn't have too many issues closing this one out, but obviously a very dominant map, number one for them. And they would love to see if they could repeat something here, but a 2-0 feels destined unless Game Hunters can really start to sort themselves out.
They're going to find out what they can do here. Already, problems are on the HP of Game Hunters. And now there's even more. Okay. ABR, there you go. There's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. That was quick.
Yeah.
Clean enough of an eco, and Mello has stayed on the server. That's nice to know.
Yeah, at least for a round.
Yeah, at least for a round, but what's next? Weapons coming out. That's what we're looking at here, making sure that we can get this game officially underway.
And obviously, first AWP of Mello. First time we're seeing him wield this weapon, and out towards B, Martinez goes, but Mello instantly finds the opening kill with his big green. Fight's coming through towards B, they're not clean. 2 missed shots from Martinez allows Game Hunters to get a pretty hefty man advantage here in this position, and Martinez just has to back away from tunnels. A lot of fighting there from the T's, but they were being given chances. The CTs were actively looking to fight them back, but just the gunfights on this occasion went the way of Game Hunters, and that's something that on map number 1, it didn't really feel like we ever could say about Game Hunters. It felt like they were losing most of the duels that they were taking, but here, different story on round number 4. A great to see Mello very early on with the big green, getting that opening kill for his team, but Martinez and Lucan are split as Lucan actually just opts to join his teammate. In fact, just throws the flashbang and makes his way back towards long as Martinez is slowly encroaching towards that A-bomb site.
I believe. I don't know if you do, but I believe. It comes down to the timing, and if Mello nails this shot. No, I don't believe anymore. I stopped believing. It's just, well, they're gonna know he's here, but it doesn't matter. I say they as if it's just more than Lucan, but it was just him. Lone man taken care of, dealt with, and Game Hunters first on the board.
Yeah, pretty clean round as well. We can still see 9Z get an investment out. I wouldn't say one player's going to have a weaker weapon, but maybe then an AK dropped on the floor, and yeah, there is. So it's a near enough perfect buy. You're lacking a little bit of utility on a couple of players, but nothing that should cost you a round. The Game Hunters, yeah, nice early one, and everyone's back in spawn, and Mello's gone.
Oh no, Charlie. We've got problems here.
Game
Hunter's got problems. He won a round, he did what he was supposed to. And now it's caused turmoil within Game Hunters. The team has turned on itself here. Thankfully, we've got admins on the case. Pausing, restarting. And we're gonna hopefully get Mello back shortly, right? Like, it's a very tough situation to say if he's gonna be gone for more than a minute or two or what's up here. But hopefully, either way, his internet will stabilize. If not, worst case, I'm actually not sure if we do allow for mid-map substitutes. I don't know. This is a tough situation. Right? Like you mentioned, maybe Remix is still around. We don't know. But Mello's definitely having these issues. So, while we theorize, we're going to let the admins work on this. We'll have to wait to see what happens. And when we come back from yet another break, I'm sorry, we don't want to get used to these here during the break, or during the game. But it feels like there's no other choice. So, when we're back, we'll let you know what's up, what's happening. But we will be going to a break again. It could be a minute, 2, or maybe even 5. We'll see you in a little bit either way. Alright. You guys would not believe this, but during the break, Charlie, CMD64, bit my finger.
Well, I mean, one thing that's more unbelievable, I think, is that Melo's in the game. Oh, well,
Charlie.
Just around
Charlie!
Oh, no. We were told. We were told.
No!
Like the Darth Vader note at the end of Revenge of the Sith.
Not like this!
We were told Melo did disconnect twice before being ready.
Yeah, and then we started counting down, everything's good and chill, and then Melo's not moving, and it's not good, it's not okay. Oh no. Charlie, you want to yap for a bit? What do you got here? Give me the scoop.
I mean, the scoop is that Melo's not
for you.
Not in the server right now. I think that's the most pressing issue that we have. And that's pretty disappointing. I mean, yeah, look, it feels like we've got more than enough time on our hands, as who knows what's happening here. I don't believe they can make a substitute. Either I think Remix can be waiting as much as he wants, but it is just going to be waiting probably until map number 3 if we even get there. And this is just a disheartening thing, isn't it? Like, Game Hunters especially as well, considering they won last round, they won in a pretty dominant fashion. It's just, how long is this going to be able to go on for? Because whatever's going on with Melo, it's seeming to continue, and Game Hunters can't quite find a solution.
Yeah, that is a real tough one. I think we're gonna try to figure out what exactly... Yeah, okay, what exactly is happening. That is what the admins, yet again, are going to be working on. This is really unfortunate. We are very sorry for everybody watching this and wanting to actually see the game, but in a situation like this, there's not much to do except, Charlie say with me, 3, 2, 1, go to break. Yeah, let's do that.
And we are back here. Next, we got some bad news. Look, it's us on camera. I think a lot of people at home are going to know exactly what this means. But sadly for Game Hunters, they've had too many issues. Mello just can't seem to get into the server. And I think unless they were able to play 4 versus 5, and even then, I think they know the outcome of this game. It is sadly an FF for Game Hunters. But what that does mean is 9Z are already a victory up here in Group A. And that's going to be pretty huge for them going forward. Luckily, at least, Nexus, that's not all from Game Hunters. They're not eliminated or anything. We're not in that danger zone just yet, but it is obviously difficult times for them going forward, isn't it?
It really is. It's gonna be a tough situation here, but to start off, I mean, let's put it this way. It cannot get worse from here on out. Right?
Well, I mean, unless it happens in the next series for them, but hopefully not. I mean, like, the next series...
probably no.
The next series will be played on a different day as well, I believe. We'll have the next Group A match, the Canids Stars versus Flamengo, and the winners match will be 9Z versus one of those two teams, the victor of that one. So hopefully any of these issues for Game Hunters are going to be resolved. But here's your Group A for you. That is 9Z then advancing to that winners match, just one series away from qualifying through Group A, where they'll be facing off against either Flamengo or Canids Stars. Game Hunters, they'll have to wait a little bit. Yeah, they'll have to wait till tomorrow to play against the losers of one of those two series. But look, I think it's been a difficult series for Game Hunters, not just in the fact that they had the FF map number 2, but I think even when you look to map number 1, they had to play with the stand-in of Remix. They kind of got blown out the water, just able to get 2 rounds on their own map selection. I think even if Mello was on the server, it was going to be a difficult map number 2 for Game Hunters to try to bring themselves back into. But look, you always want to back yourself, and there's nothing worse than having to FF a game. But that is at least going to be our first series concluded for now, before we move on to Canids Stars versus Flamengo in about an hour and a bit. Next, do you have a prediction for that one?
It's really hard, all right? Fred was pressing me about this one as well, saying it's really hard to get a prediction out of you as well, same as me, apparently. I'm really trying, right? I'm trying to get into the gut feeling of how that's gonna go. Last time I had that prediction, it was not correct. So I'm gonna go with it either way. I'm gonna say Flamengo will be taking that one. I don't know how, but they'll take that one. Yeah,
I'm probably gonna back you up there. I think that's going to be a super close game as well, to be fair. But obviously, after that game, we are going to have our decider match for Group A, and we're going to have one of these 2 teams, or one of these 3 teams advancing through. But for now, that is going to be all from us. We're going to have about an hour and 5-minute break or so before we jump into that next series of Canids Stars versus Flamengo. But for now, that's it from us, and we'll see you back in a little bit of time.
we're in South America, and things continued. Slight delays. Apologies for that, but we're good to go. We've got Wildcard Flamengo to continue our in Group A. My name is Vincent, alongside the back Mark, as we're off to the races here on Mirage.
Yes, we are, and ready to go. I'm excited to get back into the South American action. The first day of Thunderpick South American 1 already kicking off with Leo under, and he is going to tap 2 heads. That is great. And Canids Stars already showing up from their second tournament back in the Tier 2. They are busy in the player break, Vincent, but they're not stopping.
That they are, man. I mean, this was the former free agent swingers roster, that trio of Dash, Beast, and Ninjas, joined back up with Leo Drunky and added a new face in Flash that I actually haven't had the privilege to see, mostly because this is actually a brand new face, barely getting the opportunity to see this guy play. So I'm excited to see that up against the Flamengo team that's, I mean, I guess both fresh off of a round of 16 exit here in CCT just last week, or I guess still this week, technically, isn't it? Whatever that math's out to do.
Absolutely. I was thinking across like the 2 tournaments we were covering, you know, a bit of that South American region there. And, you know, even with the games that we had right before this, I mean, it was really interesting where 9Z and Game Hunters got off. I think that was an interesting go about it. I think a nice confidence booster back by 9Z after getting upset out of those CCT playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, listen, unfortunately, Game Hunters kind of playing the punching bag a little bit in that one. I hate to say it that way, but I think that is accurate. VSM hasn't been spotted. There's like a gap that no one knows about, no one sees. He might get a knife kill. Okay, he's just gonna save his teammate. Makes sense. And VSM double injury onto B. This is a bomb plant for sure. Might be around.
And it's an awkward one. VSM gonna have to fight around this. Tanoko behind him with the P250 has Ninjas backing off of this. VSM is converting through smokes, and Dash is gonna have to get his hands dirtier than that. Already 2 frags in this round, Vincent. And the Canids Star is about to drop this pistol. I mean, let's be honest here. At 50 HP and with VSM as hot as he is, I'm not sure you're gonna be giving this one too large of a respect. It's a VSM. No hot of his day, and he will be back for Flamengo, making him pay.
I mean, a 4K, 2 with the Glock here. Look at this. This is absurd. I honestly don't know how this gap formulated all this. All like so obviously, but clearly some sort of miscommunication. And then the problems don't stop there. Danoko gets overlooked as well, and so Desh has to come back to clear him out. Makes it like very difficult because Flamengo can already get into some post-plant positioning. A little bit of a wild round, seriously confusing in so many different ways. I'm questioning kind of how things go so wrong for Canids Stars there.
I am as well. Definitely got to keep track of those, as it's not going to be an easy day today, 1 track at a time. But it looks like we're picking on the B site again. And Cuts is going to be just laying through. Vincent, how good do you think it feels for Cuts to have VSM, this roster with, you know, a bit of upgrade onto power that they roll with this season, and they're just going to finish this off right around the corner, Been a Beast?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Cuts has got to be feeling good, right? He's been chopping and changing it with some, you know, better and worse rosters. Like, I feel like there's been some ups and some downs, right? But VSM, such an incredible individual to be able to have. Also, I guess we didn't have the pre-show, so maybe time to mention it here. Flamengo playing with history as opposed to Misfit on the AWP right now. I don't know if that's just a stand-in situation, but we got it at the very last minute, so I think maybe a last minute thing. That's my guess, but that's what it is. It's an educated guess. As history currently sits on the bench of Fluxo, he didn't have the greatest of times out on Fluxo, the brief as it was. I think that Fluxo made the right decision. I think Zevi certainly had higher heights than what history showed.
Yeah, so much
I think that this could.
I think brought back to like examples like that. I mean to riff with you about this because I mean we might ride these coattails pretty quickly if Flamengo is going to be looking this good. I think Canids Stars are about to I think be able to kind of swing back into this. They're probably quite hyped about this, Vincent, if I'm to, turn to their two former teams into puns just straight away. It's been an interesting past year for them. I got the last check in with them in ECL where, it was kind of a hectic season of South American ECL. I know BESTIA had to step out because of their roster changes and how busy it got and such. So they got some good measures out there, but I think would have preferred to finish a little bit better. And so for Flamengo, also coming off of South American 1, Vincent, they literally only lost to top 4 teams in the tournament. They only lost to BESTIA and Crew, and it was a great tale out there. Already the shenanigans, and VSM up to 8-1. This feels normal.
Yeah, bro, how did that go wrong for Leo? I genuinely feel like that should have been perfect, and it wasn't. The Bonnie somehow not spotted, and then you tag teamed that with the flashbang that was meant to set Leo up, and somehow ended with his death. Tragedy striking for Keedstars to begin with. But yeah, I'm in agreement with you. Not the craziness that was that last end of the ECL season. Flamengo want to solidify themselves a little bit. Looks like they're doing that. VSM adding yet another frag. That's 9 if you're counting, if you're a big fan of that, to his tally, finally destroyed by Flash, the newest member of Keedstars.
Is that Wally West in the server? I'm excited about that, Vincent. It's a great one, and he may have that speed.
That's Barry Allen. You better calm down.
Hey, there's multiple guys that have worn the title, buddy. You better get it right. Here goes Dash dishing back, and they actually pull this thing back to a man advantage for the Keedstars and keeping them out at distance. It's going to have to be Dinoco after all of this on the bomb site gets into a fray, but Dinoco around the corner. He may just have a 1v3, but that is what you hate to see. Jumping out, knife pulled, and Dash takes advantage.
Dash is the one to make this possible. He's what pulls what was a 5-on-3 for Flamengo back into a more winnable stance. It first, comes with Flash, dispatching with VSM. He was the main problem over in middle, so that's certainly a big deal, but Dash was alone. He had no support back over on the A bomb site, and it's just him and his trusty big green to work their way back into the site, and he gets multiple frags there in defense before the bomb actually goes down. That's what finally does equalize and then get the advantage back for Keedstars. That's one that Flamengo are going to be scratching their heads at, Mark. How did this go wrong? The answer, just a little bit less respect than that they should have been showing towards Dash over in CT.
Now they'll know, but it's time for history to get hands on this op. Been looking forward to this, Vincent. It was only a brief step that I got to take in a couple of the looks of the games. Keedstars was like one of the only teams I didn't get to watch, cover over in their first run in CCT. And for the little dish that they did have, I'm sure they would like to take it further. Honestly, to be real, is a team that's happy to be here within the groups, because I think with, the start of the season, you would prefer to get a Swiss under your belt or a group stage where you can get, multiple series down to kind of, get the vibe right for this to go. Cuts, who's been pretty damn good individually, just gets in with a huge kill.
Yeah, I actually would agree with you. We'll go back to that in a moment, though, because Ninja's capable of getting something done, and in connector does just that. Still playing a close angle as well. Surrounding this smoke. He's going to refresh it. A little bit of a complicated position here for Flamengo. They might have the man advantage, but they still need to isolate this A player a little bit more effectively, and History is in trouble. Look at his HP. This MP9 could really rip through him.
Certainly could. Ninja's walking by. Mind. What a no-scope. Man, Flamengo are in drive right now, and currently it better be Dash to find a rest stop out here. 1v4, walks it up, and gets cut. There it is, a pretty easy one for the IGL. Flamengo seems pretty natural to him, don't it, Benny?
It does. It really does. Their mid-control working very well here, and the Ninjas initially gets that frag. It's still a man advantage, and I think they take their time with things. A bit of a missing piece for Keedstars. Not quite anticipating or maybe understanding the fact that there was that gap, and I guess maybe that's a little bit of a factor that we could probably talk about as a whole, and that is that Keedstars been allowing some of those gaps to open up and then not closing them back in. So the A player gets crunched pretty easily through not connector, but instead through jungle, and wrap that one up, send it off to another victory. A little timeout. They're called up. I was also going to add to the point that you made there, Mark. I would agree with you. I think Keatstars, they got the privilege of getting the invitation into the playoffs as that CCT that we just got done covering. But, I think that you're right. They probably would have liked to see a little bit of a Swiss stage action. That for a team like Keatstars that I think would love a little bit more in form of reps, I think that would have been good.
Absolutely. Here it goes.
Oh,
it is a dip and a rip from DESEMPREGUEIDOS. Easy farm out here on A. Cuts into Blony back to back. That is honestly a pretty good vibe that they're putting out. This is amazing energy after, working hard in a playoff for Flamengo. This is where, it was immediately in the scratch pack. I think, both of us were very, very excited for how they were going to get that next step to go. It was actually pretty cool. They got to see into a pretty good series versus FURIA FE, a pretty dangerous team out here in South America, where there's a lot of moves. We were talking about with even MIBR yesterday, some interesting rumors around how they could potentially bring in Brazilian veteran Olga. But, I mean, it's great getting back into it, Vincent. I know it's our first couple of SA events, and, with some of our favorite storylines within, the entire world of CS. It's down here below the equator, baby.
Yeah, it's been a good time for if you're a South American Counter-Strike fan, to be fair. Two quarterfinalists make it into a semi.
One that's been full of emotion, too, which it always has been, and I think that's the fun of it. Great shots. VSM can go ahead and roll this. I feel like I've seen this before. I mean, they've been picking on this B site, pretty consistently, and here they are going to be actually creating a bit of a distance with this. Here's a smoke and, just something more out with this. It doesn't feel like, it didn't feel like there was even the energy from Keatstars to consider a retake. It's just they're stuck inside of market next to these positions where they have to fight, and Leo, he's going to get close, and Dabloni has that in a great shot, but Desh could actually just move and dip right between and almost on to that elbow trying to fade out. It will be Desh. 8-6, having a good individual map right now, but that's about the only player I can say that with right here. And to be real with you, Vincent, you and I have been obviously following Leo for his last couple of, teams. It's been interesting to see, that weird stint he had on Bestia. It's back here, and for a guy that we put an interesting namesake, you would like to see more. They're still not done with this. Dabloni, he's going to be next to the sacrifice, but I think history will be good to stay on that AWP. There's a mutual respect here, I think.
I mean, VSM's at max money, man. Like they can afford to lose just about everything. They just don't want to lose the op. VSM basically a one-man army in this round. He gets the trade, then he gets the second entry onto B, then he plants the bomb. Like, bro, geez, he's just got to do everything, it seems like, right now for Flamengo, and they're happy to let that happen. But yeah, like you were kind of alluding to, I don't know what the situation for Leo was. I mean, this was the team he was on previously. Remember, I was kind of alluding to the fact that this is the core from Swingers previously. That was a free agent team. Well, Leo was on that team right before he got picked up by Bestia. I was super excited to see Leo on Bestia. I thought that was a good fit, especially at the time, but it lasted like just a month, maybe even slightly less than that. And I've got no idea why that happened, but by the time that was the case, Flamengo had moved on to Ponter, but when he got poached by Red Canids, I guess Leo was like, thanks for keeping my spot warm, buddy.
Yeah, it's a great little go about it. You got to make sure you pay attention to every little macro moves right through that A ramp. It's a big kill. They have got to be brought back on this Deagle. Dash back and forth on that AWP. He's going to fade away. And now with 52 seconds, they're split ready to go. And Dabloni is going to be tapping in the back lines. Here to just angle a spray. It's a headshot on to Flash, but why is there the energy about this? Flamengo just had all of this confidence, only for it to really just be ripped away in a couple foul swoops.
Yeah, I think that the Delboni fight is just trying to make up for lost ground. It's the problems in mid that really were the issue here. With Cuts and VSM go down without really anything to say. Ninjas push up into a main. Also successful. And a big frag from Leo. Denoco drops the bomb over on B. History. Not with the op, but now with the AK. Giving his position away. Ninjas takes the bait. And the time expiring. History will survive it. That is a honestly confusing round, Mark. Maybe as confusing as Flamengo winning round 2.
I will say, how you finish off that round, you're like being set up for a pun with this guy almost every time. But we will take that. Flamengo take a timeout. A couple of seconds on their dime we spend, Vincent. I'll never complain on that.
No, I think they need one. Listen, the mistakes aside, they can afford those right this moment, but that's not something that will necessarily continue to be the case. So they got to be careful not to repeat those types of mistakes. Honestly, if there's one word that kind of describes that previous round, Mark, now that I'm giving it more thought, it's just disjointed. Felt like everything was happening separated. And part of that is thanks to Keydstars, Ninjas getting up into the deep main, pushing through ramp, catching one off guard, and then that causes a reaction that is a little bit off kilter. Did VSM mean to not have a gun? Doubtful. Someone tell him. Someone let him know. Oh, he's found it out.
I would make a complaint about that personally. I don't want to cast VSM if he doesn't have an AK. It's not what I came here for, particularly.
I came
all
to
in
watch
well
him with
is
an
fun,
AK.
Vincent. I've been here for a couple of Dash highlights, too. I mentioned how I was looking forward to seeing Leo. Well, let's go ahead and see him. Dash gets that, and you want to be the reason why you're not exactly going to let Flamengo go ahead and grab a 7th round for free. It's Ninjas to go ahead and grasp like this. It's a very good route all the way down. Denoco with a huge swing and a headshot onto Ninjas. Denoco, he's going to be right back and forth with the Dash on that fadeaway, and Flash now with the late rotation. If I know Flash, and I know he's going to throw his body through this smoke, and he does on this investigation. He's lucky that the second smoke is fading the way it does. A great jab onto History. Leaves it all to Delboni. He's got 8 health, 15, scratch that. And right here, that nade will absolutely finish him off. Dash with a great round, a triple, and this ace site will not be for the taking here in round 10.
I'm going to tell you, Keystar's gun rounds live and die through Dash right now. It's a multi-kill, triple kill, actually, on both of the gun rounds that Keystars have actually won, making this feel like a lot closer of a map than it currently actually is. I think that you got to keep in mind, right? Keystars have won 2 gun rounds, an eco, and the pistol. That's their 4 rounds right now. Otherwise, it's been a little bit questionable, but maybe heating up. We talked about Leo, often a little bit more of a lurky style that he can provide. Now, I think Flamengo reaching deep into their pockets, starting to lose that money that we were talking about, nearly unstoppable at one point. Fun's going to begin to run low, but Leo sacrifices himself to start. Denoco on a tear these last couple of rounds.
Yeah, that's starting to become pretty noticeable, especially on that stretch up. Really got to be a good measure about it, but take a look here. They're ready to get that, and stabbed in the back is Flash. Not ready for it. Denoco will be surprised. So now just try and actually get that fade on this turn. It's a great look by Ninjas. Here goes the Keydstars. 2 rounds in a row, Vincent, and this is branded energy right here. It's 2 versus 4, and at a point at which, dude, Flamengo were going to run away with this half. I mean, this is their first group game in here. You just got done with these playoffs, but it still kind of feels like they were running with that energy, and it's starting to slow down, but not for one of these members. I can tell you that for free. VSM, he puts Flash out.
Dash is still here. Plenty of flashbangs to hold him back for the moment. Delboni not going to be watching for the run-through. Nearly the whiff from Ninjas, but VSM can't pull the gun fast enough. So Delboni with a 1v3 attempt about to be made, but Dash has the line. And another one, victory there for Keydstars. And a lot of good stuff, actually, for Keydstars in this round. I was talking about, like, some confusion and, some general issues. Honestly, just didn't feel like Keystars were ready to play in a couple of those rounds, except for some individuals. This one's different, right? Love that push from Flash all the way through and into underpass. That catches Denoco off guard, and the reaction to that is Venabeast and the Ninjas, who joins Venabeast in window. As that smoke starts to fade, they look to catch the reaction from Flamengo. They are trying to re-clear underpass, and at that same moment, Keystars are swinging window to catch them off in doing so. Love that little moment of the duo Venabeast and Ninjas. It's fantastic, and it's Flamengo, who, like I said, now sort of basically run out of cash. They've used whatever is left to get their buy this round, not including an op.
Not including that faithful AWP. Well. Can't have it all, Vinny. Cannot have it all. We're going to be carrying this right past the line in which they are, and I mean, what a start. History and cuts. I mean, you get dealt half that dish, 50 HP, right to begin. Another one. And what a life that Cuts is going to be living here. It's brutal.
Yeah, and it's cut down by Leo. He's had a bit of a stinker inside a connector, finally given the opening pick instead of the opening death.
Comes into the hands. It's Leo to just track that down. It is a collapse on middle. I don't know where this energy came from. Darting back on this CT side, but here comes BSM attempting a 1v4. He's got a Molotov. He's got the bomb. He's been in worse spots, but a nade that is just going to tease the inevitable, and BSM gets to attempt to clutch to actually get to go. They're respecting him so much. I would too. If it was VSM, he just came up with the troop of VSM, got that Flamengo key. Looks good in the jersey, but not for that 7th. It's going to be 6-6, all on Mirage.
Yeah, all tied up at the half. Some lovely stuff, all things considered. I think for me, you walk away with this, and you're probably disappointed if you're Flamengo, but a really nice recovery for Keystars. You really could rely on Dash, who, I mean, this is brand new, right? The Keystars logo on this team, but ever since, I mean, Dash has been lights out in the games they've played.
I think for how this matter is to go, I mean, I think Keystars are, I mean, where we were exactly tracking up on a couple of those pistols. You gotta exactly appreciate the action to go on, because that's where we're headed. That's where we're headed. But, you know, for the Keystars, I think, you know, to hop back on a bit of the identity for them to go, I'm really excited to see, you know, where this next step is going to be taken, you know, where this goes. I was excited to see one, I mean, member that Flash is coming in on a roster like this. I think if you're to, you know, kind of gamble and get in some, you know, new youthful nature to a troop like this. He was over on the troop of King Ween, the coach.
Wait, was he the coach? I don't think he was.
Yes, he was. He was the coach. If my notes are correct.
Okay. All right. I was like,
valid, guys.
all right. He's caught me. I had a little miscommunication
It's
on
revenge
my
for
notes
you called me
page.
out for not knowing who was on Tyler.
Hey, but now you know, right?
I absolutely do. You know, I would love to, you know, get an ice cream cone with G. I'm sure that would be
There we
lovely.
go.
I hear they got
Nice.
great ice cream over on that side of the world. You know, I hear
like
there's
Asia,
plenty of sweet
specifically?
treats. Yes.
Okay, I did not know this.
You see all these
you could
videos
be-
online of people going into these convenience stores in Asia and like getting awesome stuff.
No one's ever lied on the internet for fun or clicks.
No, it's like, I mean, we in the West I mean, especially where I live in the Midwest, we have a terrible gas station culture. That's different on the East Coast if you're coming to visit. I know probably some of our international viewership just left America for, you know, one of the reasons they had here to come travel.
Yeah, that's certainly the case. I certainly did. Got to meet a bunch of the European friends actually.
Totally, friends of the show.
Whilst whilst we were over in Austin.
Got to cheer on Snow as he, absolutely, lived up to the legend of Kung Fu Panda, as he explained on ODDIK stream. That's only my third or fourth time bringing that up on stream.
Yeah, that was a banger. I actually, met Snow at the hotel.
Did you? That's awesome.
That was very cool. I couldn't remember if I mentioned that to you. I guess not.
I don't think you did. You meet a lot of cool people, actually, so.
There's a lot of cool people around. That's what happens when that's the case. We had a little tech pod there.
And it's that type of feeling that'll make you feel like it's a celebration of the game, Absolutely.
Giving us time to yap and talk a little bit about our experience. And you love being corny. Don't apologize.
I know.
This is what we love about you. I don't know that I mentioned this important context, but this is a matchup that we've seen, not very long ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, certainly many times, but I was just going to highlight the last time, late May, where Flamengo able to take this one 2-1. And it was Mirage, a tight one, Ancient, and Dust 2 that we got to see in that one. So excited to kind of see what this one is. A bit of a different look with Nuke as our decider. Or into the B site. An attack here by Keed.
Sprinting this thing in, VSM back and forth, and Leo is going to be right behind that press. It's history with the headshot, and they're going to be just starting back for this. Jumping up, history, he's going to confirm the headshot, and this is great work for Keystars, but Phoenix has other options. I mean, Cat literally his wheelhouse from the first half, and with this Glock, he's not going to let it exactly go for free. It's to be bottled up by history there at Missile Pillar, and it's a great pistol round all the way to reach out for Flamengo. They can be back on track just by this point.
Yeah, they should be happy with that one. Keedstar is kind of walking in. I don't really necessarily know if Flamengo kind of had an inkling about that, but they were stacked up B from the rip, the history, onto the ninja box there on site. Made it very difficult for Keedstars to break their way through, and it's a history triple kill that completes the equation for a victory for Flamengo. Looks like we haven't escaped some of those technical hiccups.
Yeah, it does not seem like we have. That'll be all good. I mean, I'm not raising my red flag too high. Everybody's in the server right now, Vin.
This is true. And to be fair, normally we talk about the tech hiccups that sometimes occur here in South America. Well, it was some tech hiccups on our side. So, we got to take some personal experience away from that, Looking down at kind of some of the big moments there from the first half, I think Flamengo have been very reliant on some of the individual star power. Obviously, VSM kind of started that off, but it's some moments from history. Denoco really fired up there as we approached the end of the first half. And it was shaky otherwise for Keedstars outside of Dash, who was all reliable on the AWP. So I'm really looking at, a bit more of that individual flair for somebody like Leo, but particularly on the T side, I feel like he does some of his best work. So I'm not super worried. If this is anything like the last time we saw Leo on this team, not this iteration, but to be late lurks up through connector, that usually are his MO.
Likely to see that just delayed for the filler episode, Vincent. The bottle episode. We're taking this in one location. It's two casters and their dialogue. I think the studio is going to love this. Here they're ripping out. This will be on script. This is what we wanted to see. The little bit of action, the little bit of budget in this round. Maybe Stretch, we're going to keep this on lock. Here comes a big CGI explosion or two. They absolutely nuke the bomb pointer right there.
Yeah, and I mean, Venabeast is actually here on the site. They haven't figured this out yet, which is a little surprising. Yeah, they're so concerned about this smoke. He's behind you, is the actual answer. How long does Venabeast wait this thing out? Oh, he's seen him.
Surprise. The patient knife him. This is South America. Yeah! That's what I'm talking about, baby! Venabeast gets it done. This is the group stage. Why not have a bit of fun? MP9s are going to come swinging for your head. After that, you got a big target on your back. And a big bag of cash.
Yeah, you'd think only lost a couple of players. Well, he actually gifted over a big fat stack of cash over to Venabeast, who gratefully accepts and hands it in the form of an AWP over to Desh. Rare, in fact, near impossible that you're going to see an op with armor and all the fixins onto a third round buy without a bomb plant involved. Well, how about this?
How about this? Good couple nades dropped here. Debloni may have another. This is amazing utility work by Flamengo. They want to put their map pick in a great stance, as the mood is already high on this Flamengo side. They want a reason for it to stay there.
Venabeast is taking a ton of damage off the rip with those nades. Pretty problematic for him to be starting at 10 health. Speaking of problematic, Flamengo are basically out of utility, though. 1 flash, 1 incendiary is the entirety of their belt.
Walking it out. I swear he needs to get that press and can for a very good margin. Looking it back and forth in his dial. He's going to be on time. Debloni gets that, and it's a great frag out. It's got to be able to go ahead and reach further in the bag, and a great couple of bills he will find back there. That's why you always got to keep looking, Vinny. He may have one more dollar after all. He'll ace out because there comes the cash. The money out for this Keystars roster is leaving the bank into the pockets of Flamengo.
Yeah, unfortunately, couldn't get that AWP activated that Desh was handed over. But even beyond that, Mark, it's about the fact that Keystars themselves are discussing Flamengo's lacking utility at about the 1 minute 10 mark. Well, it was not much better for Keed when they were at the same time in the round. And so they just have to kind of timing their way out of connector. Doboni, better for it. Catches them off guard and continues to slay them one by one at the top of Con. We get a fast move out A. Keystars, and overwhelmed is Dinoco. That's maybe a little problematic.
It definitely will be. That's why we got to watch on this margin, Vincent. Pay attention. You're going to be reaching out into CT. This is dangerous. That's how they woke up feeling to roll out of CCT into Thunderpick. They just got to keep on moving. It's the next tournament. It's the next opportunity. And Debloni, he's going to recycle all the way out, try him out in CT. And now they got to put it on delicate for the site. Got to treat this one well, because now even with one former step, and now you're going to get pincered. There is just no way history will be putting this across. 7 rounds will be pulled to the Keystar.
Yeah, a little change of pace for Keystars. They, trying to take that fast A play. They did that with Glocks before, but this time there's a lot more support. The loss bonus supporting a bit more of a reasonable purchase. They've got some smokes and good flashbangs, a way in which they can start scaling towards CT. And once they get that and they take the gun from Dinoco's hands, problems brew there for Flamengo, and they cannot recover. Lack of armor seems no problem as Keystars break away a victory from near nothing. Buy from Flamengo. Ooh, it's not great, Marky. It's not good. They drop an op. They get a couple of MP9s, and Dinoco's got a rifle. He's actually going to toss that to Delboni. Instead, VSM sticks with his pistol.
Sharing is damn caring.
It's a big turnaround here if Keystars can win it. It's where not only will they most likely find a way to bounce back, but also likely equalize Flamengo's scoreline.
Keep it solid. History, opening kill. And now fades away off of that, Vincent. Flamengo, they catch their vibe a little bit. And I don't think the energy could slip out fully because they're seeing this back into a great little beast site. But if we keep on feeding him, he'll just keep eating. I mean, it's great right here. And it may be the reason why Flamengo are about to flip the page, get back to on track, find the lines they're supposed to read in this script.
I mean, it certainly helps when you put not all your eggs into history, but, you know, certainly a lot of investment. He's got the most important rifle this round, and he just activates for a double out mid. A fight that Flamengo have generally been leaving open over the last couple of rounds. Now history, sight set towards the catwalk, got VSM on the other side. And history turns to catch a third. Fender Beast about to slink away. Tail tucked. As this round basically set and over with.
This is a sinking feeling. And for it all to go against, I mean, didn't even have to wax with that Tablonium for, I mean, a comfortable win for Flamengo. At a point in which I really didn't feel like I'd be describing it in that sense. They fade all the way out. It's a two-man save, and 10 gets thrown up. Don't you bend that corner. You kind of need the money, Flamengo. You know what? You track that on the way up. Double digits, living large, and with cash to spare.
Money's awkward for Keedstars. They save 2 weapons, and because of that, I think that they just have to buy around it. Get 1 extra Galil into the mix. Otherwise, Tech 9s for Flash and Ninjas. Bomb leaning towards middle right now. Probably just going to be dropped for later on. The way this looks drawn up from the beginning, Marky, is an A-split. But I think the Keedstars want to keep it a little bit slower, a little bit more methodical. First round of utility already starting to fade.
There goes that little bit of a tease on the Flash. Now to walk it out. Dinoco within this. It's going to try and set this heat, but how does it exactly get measured in this sense? All of this to go around the loss of cuts, but I mean, at this point, Vincent, it is a easy feeling to follow along for the Keedstars. They have control just about everywhere.
They do. And it's really important for Flamengo to start to take back some of that space right now. They do that almost immediately. Dobani on a really good look. It's history, though, who's going to be tested. Over here at B, was drawn up to be an A play, but they've regrouped.
Have regrouped. And just enough to just shuffle across the board. Up top to go ahead and grab this. VSM on the defense, but 11 HP is going to have to get damn far from the Molotov. That's a long barrel sticking out. And good thing you got the bodyguard around. But literally, a gust of wind can come alongside and finish the job on VSM. And he's still alive. He's still kicking. And an 11th round will fly right through the transfer into the bank accounts of Flamengo.
Well, this is why you want VSM on your team. He actually started that round, not the round, but the B attack. Keedstars move into B whilst VSM is at that low HP. He begins there and he ends on the same tact that he starts. Confident despite the HP deficit and the problems that could ensue with. Dash hangs on to the op for the second time in a row. Tech 9s and Deagles abound. Back behind that. And it's a back to the usual here. History, a round to go, left this open. The round before, he got the double entry with regard to this mid area. He comes back for more. The boosted dash, not testing.
Walking it forward. ESM pairs down. There is one step about this that could track in the way too far, but it's the least important of the few. Smoke that goes a bit deeper. Refresh onto the house. Flamengo want to pack it up for 12 here and send it away. Dash has to mimic the cape that history has had on, and the rounds they needed to turn around. His time in the limelight is short. His 15 minutes turned into 15 seconds, it seems. All the way on this catwalk, you can try and just move up the carpet next, but there's no paparazzi waiting for you. Just that flash to actually go from the camera of that AWP. And there's still a bit of a push about this. Leo is going to be cut out of the conversation. Just flash alone with a path to actually see him through. He's got 3 frags about this, Vincent, but about the time makes it a 1v3, and there's just not enough.
Yeah, we need an ace. The time is indeed the biggest problem. And I'm starting to feel as if this op is cursed. Dash takes it over twice now in a row from round to round, and it's only this that would even be a conversation of worth its weight for that save, because now Flash, only 2K that he brought into that round, he will get to take into the next, and it's with Flamengo having 12. Last time out, this Mirage, it was an overtime affair. Flamengo closed it. Now they have 5 chances to close it in regulation.
Close it in regulation. Do what you must. It was Flamengo that took this series last time, where they have to get this down. Here against the Keystars today, Vincent, it's never going to be exactly how they would like to get it done, but a comfortable place that they sit, as it will get to go here within the groups. It's a Mirage that they pick on the Keystars. It works out in multiple ways.
Best case for Keed they've had in the last 3 rounds. It's been saves that facilitate force buy after force buy.
Best
time
case
they
for
have.
Keed. It's like a Counter-Strike pun you got there, man.
Time they got a little bit more. Very decisive right now. Want to try and force Dash into an opening duel. He's really struggled on the T side. And he gets the pick that he's been looking for.
He does, and Cuts will continue to turn it around. VSM to get that dipped in. And now they will continue to get hot on the press. Dinoco onto Ninjas as the baloney fades out. Flamengo, he gets into his conversation all the way down along. They're going to have to deal with this with the bomb that they have in front of them. Dash has to get this done. There's no up alone, and with 2 HP, this is scraping car keys along at Vincent. It sounds terrible for the Keystars. It just won't get much brighter than this. They're going to have to find it with what they have.
I honestly don't know that this damage on the Cuts is even confirmed. So, though on our end, it looks pretty approachable with 2 HP and 12 HP for Cuts and Dinoco, respectively. I don't know that Keystars kind of know that or are anticipating that. And they're walking into the better defended bomb site. Off angle for Dinoco. Surely going to be cleared. Calls in support. So now there's 3 effectively here.
Deep Molotov. Finna Beast pushed up, and he can feel a push here. He can read VSM. What a timing to come through just as Keystars start to turn the cheek on this first map. It's slapped back by history. It's slapped back by VSM. So many of these points, Vincent, they get comfortable in, and they absolutely take advantage of. That's a great 1-0 up in this series by Flamengo.
Yeah, it is. In a map where before we needed overtime, it was tight, it was difficult. You know, everybody showing up in a big way for the Flamengo side of things, right? History, who, you know, standing in at the very least for right this moment, is having a great game, had some really big impact on the CT side. We talked about the, you know, way that Dinoco was able to bring that back. Doboni had a big moment, and VSM, I mean, it felt like, you know, whenever the multi-flag was necessary, he had that in the bag for Flamengo. A true team effort for Mirage to go Flamengo's way in my book.
No, seriously, in tail as well. I know it was when they were, you know, not, you know, completely so long ago wearing the Swingers jersey was a, you know, overtime win that they had in that series. So, you know, cleaning up the details a bit, putting it away for a great map 1 victory. I think it's a good amount of energy that Flamengo and co get to carry on with. I think this is a project, you know, keep your eye on in South America that I think that can scene to more positive scenes than the craziness that we're already seeing coming out of the tier 2-3 scene out here. Vincent, this is a good, I think, calm foot to set it off, right, with the 2-0 before this.
Yeah, that's a good point to make, and I think Dust 2 going to be interesting. We got, you know, a map that Flamengo won last time around in this best of 3, but now it's the second map, so big shoes to fill if you're Keyd Stars to make this happen. They picked it. Dust 2 coming up next. Alrighty, we're back in business here. It's map number 2. A little bit of a delay in between the maps, but hey, Flamengo, they have a map up. They have Mirage, and now they head over to Keatstar's pick. But you know what's funny? Last time these two teams played, Keatstars did not win over on this map. Flamengo did. So it's a little bit of a dangerous attempt, but Leo provides the opening duel. A big victory, considering that. Okay. And then another attempt to continue forward, but Flamengo, they continue losing bodies. The push into tunnels is just working about as bad as possible for Flamengo. One after another. They try and push, follow that up with a re-aggression into the tunnel, and they meet death 3 times over. Dash with 2 of them, Leo, the opener. They didn't even need to use all that utility that they had purchased up. Ninjas, I think, is going to maybe go on the hunt here, actually. He's just dropped all of his utility to Leo, and try and remove what limited pieces of equipment VSM and Delboni both have. VSM gets the first spot off of him. Potential for a crossfire, but like I said, the walls are closing in around them. Desh has actually cleared out Delboni, so VSM run down, but not out. And he immediately goes to the FAMAS. VSM has that FAMAS. Cuts has gone for a scout. And a lot of rifles for Keatstars, as they put focus on trying to get the highest firepower they can. That needs going to go deep, and it's not going to affect Leo, who rips the head off of VSM. Fortunately, Delboni can pretty quickly recover that FAMAS, and he'll put Leo to bed with it. Bishop Catwalk is coming in too. These are just pistols, though. Both a deagle. And actually, another big change I've just noticed, wasn't made aware, Misfit is back. So History, who stood in on map number 1, was very good, actually, to be fair. But he's been brought back in. He starts trying to slow things down a little bit, and very patient, watching for Delboni. Only danger here is that Vinibus has the bomb. Never mind. No big issue whatsoever.
For Finibus to put the bomb down, and this is where they get the full set, Vincent.
Flamengo correctly just trying to lock in a little bit of a save, keep what they've got. They don't get to carry that FAMAS over, but Mac 10 that they put hands on, the armor, cuts Moret's scout. I think you are actually back now, Mark.
All right, it's good to be here. It's good to be here.
We had to jump in without you, but the good news is you didn't miss much. Keatstar's taking the pistol round pretty clean on the anti-force. Also, Misfit's back. History has done his time, it seems. Flamengo thanking him for his service and going to get the main man back in the roster.
Done his time is a choice of words, Vincent, but I think it's funny. I think he, gets to come in and assist for a little bit of a fun one for everybody to go ahead and grab it. I'm excited to see Misfit back. A guy that we had, even pop into like NAECL playing with Dina State Ferrari, and where that was solid in Payne Academy out there all the way back when. So I think it's been really cool to see this young man get to be put in the poise right next to Cuts, and I think he's been actually putting him in really good spots.
Yeah, those unfortunately not great spots right now, considering the start to this map, but gonna be so blind, but yet successful on that spray. I thought they got the view of Dinoco. Guess not.
Only some can. This Keyed Stars Dust 2, it's got hands, Vincent. It certainly does. It's boxing back, but with the 2K, Flamengo off their force, they'll be right back to dial it up whenever we shall go. And we got 3 games today. Obviously, you've seen one pass. This is number 2, and then the winner of this series will be going up against 9Z right across, and Leo wants to be the team to do that. Doesn't want to go 0-1 down within his group.
Yeah, certainly not. Though I will say, Flamengo, I expect a little bit better from them right now on this map as they start to get the guns out. They kind of got rolled over in that pistol round. Nothing going right. Push tons, get killed. Double push tons, get killed times 2. And then just try to save what's left, but not so successful at that. Attempt made by Dash, who was a madman back on Mirage. The op was probably the best opper in the server, I would wager. History certainly making a tough time of that, but yeah, I think Dash's consistency.
Impact. Was literally the reason why they won that Mirage, by the way. It was the turning point at which that 3K came along. Might have been a 4K, actually. And puts the vibe back in Flamengo and says, all right, we're going to take our map pick.
Yeah, they
what do you think he's doing
that
right now? You think he's watching?
I would be. Listen, don't get to finish what I started. I want to see what the outcome is.
Exactly. On a dolly going high in the sky, vertical for Leo Drunky. He gets that in a very quick affair. VSM gonna be feeling the frustration of the jumping play. Gets the respect right down. Don't see that every day.
The op is
right now.
Got a little tag. Fortunately, the B site wide open. Flamengo don't have much either to hold this back. Tinoco gets his one, but he's got to give it up. Rotations are long, especially for Delponi, who's still at long. And I think it's so long that they're just going to save this. Slow and methodical round for Keat Stars ends not so much with explosivity, but mostly a whimper if you're Flamengo.
Mostly within that. 4-0 putting this along the way pretty practically, Vincent. It's starting to be worth the praise. I mean, this is going to be a nice check for the Keed Stars. We didn't actually get into our pre-game a little bit quick off the block into our affair, but I like their chances here on this Dust 2. I think for them to, find a bit of their identity here at the beginning of the group, if nothing else.
Yeah, and that's, still considering the fact that they've lost the last 2 Dust 2s that they played. The round of 16 there in CCT against Crew, and the aforementioned game against this Flamengo team prior to that, whilst they were still under the Swingers name. Only difference there is Sank was in the roster as opposed to Flash. Been unfulfilled with Flamengo's CT side right now. Feel like they're letting Keat Stars do really whatever they wish.
Right now, they wish to go out upper. VSM, well, he'll grant them alongside the Genie back in B of Dinoco has no say about this. They are ran right over Vincent. This is, I mean, a really convincing energy. I know that I was listening alongside to Nexus and CMD talking about these games to go and how theirs were likely going to be kind of maybe a quicker energy with 9Z really being on a hot tally right now and Game Hunters being, you know, of concern. The prediction of this one was to have a full contest, and I say that those boys were looking through the crystal ball.
Yeah, I think that is certainly the way it's shaping up to be. I saw a world where Flamengo, the way they played on Mirage, could maybe pull this off in 2, but man, they look so flat right now. I don't even feel like we've needed to see much of what Keyd Stars can bring to this map because it's mostly been Flamengo making errors, making, you know, some silly mistakes in some cases, some oversights in others. You know, that one of them where they're just swinging into Desh's op. Obviously, they don't necessarily know that the op's posted, but I mean, still, no respect paid. Flamengo saved 3 more, meaning they can continue to buy. I guess that's the upside if you are a fan of Flamengo.
Always got to look on that bright side, Vincent. That's the attitude I enjoy. Here they are onto what likely will take the smile off their face, a 5th round, but still the majority of this Flamengo CT side to be shown. I think they can be happy with maybe a bit of the mixed up energy today, whatever circumstances were, you know, facing Misfit from getting into the server. Hopefully it's gone under the carpet and they can sort of just get back on track now.
Yeah, you would hope so. I think that, you know, that certainly seems like it might be a factor, or just like the, you know, the transition, whatever that was between maps that took a little bit of extra time. I don't know. They just look a little off kilter. That's how I would describe it.
It's a big shot. He just carry this along. VSM, he's got one all the way stuttering back. He can put this smoke down just immediately. He's trying to escape, but how can you actually deal with this? Big nade onto the face of Ninjas.
Here's the reaction. Get back out mid, but there's still 2 defenders. Dinoco's here. They've got one in the back of the site, too.
And there they clean it up. It's a full throttle 43 seconds for Flamengo. They get on the round, they get on the board for the first time on this Dust 2. A bit more energy back into the camp, but, you know, where this has got to take one step into 2, I'll believe it when I see it out of this tech pause.
Yeah, I mean, you get some of those big pieces of firepower activated back from Mirage. We talked about Dinoco and VSM, and they really dominated the first half of play, even though we ended at a pretty even stead at halftime there. It was VSM and Dinoco that kind of made the biggest difference. It's VSM that really gets that first refrag off. It's Ninjas to find the opening, and he goes down immediately thereafter, and VSM's at the tip of the spear of trying to remove the second player from long. And then you funnel them back over into Dinoco, who finds the double kill. Untradeable from the B double door. Beast with a couple of problems, it seems. Some issues on the PC to get figured out.
Affects the best of us, Vincent.
Yeah,
So
it seems
I
like
hear.
a day of maybe some tech troubles, unfortunately, across the board, whether in North or South America.
What's in the air today, man? What's in the air?
I don't know.
Brewing.
The
Something
microbots,
brewing.
they got you.
Oh, certainly aside. I gotta say though, through where I'm really excited to get on this next queue, I think honestly I'm really excited to see how Group B does trickle along. But I'm you know me, I'm a bit of a devil sometimes, Vincent. I'm a little bit selfish, you know,
This is true.
as we all could be. I think we did get a really good goal about it with Group A, you know, where this came to be. I'm really excited to see XW7M, to be completely honest with you. I believe they pulled out of the first CCT, did they not?
They might have. Yeah, we had a couple of pullouts there. I think you might be right. I'm not 100% certain, but yeah, I don't even know that you could call this XW7M. It's like sort of.
I think that's how they were
XW7M.
listed in the VRS. So that is. Why
I know. I it wasn't a statement of you being incorrect. Just the players.
Uzo
on the team.
Plano that came back out. Excuse me.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I'm excited to see Barton. I think that that'll be a lot of fun.
Totally.
Coming off the time over in Legacy, getting a lot of experience over there. But I've been told that we don't have quite any inclination on what the timeline looks like here for Venabis. So I think we're going to hit a little bit of a break, and then we're going to move forward as soon as Venabis is back in the server. So stick with us. We'll be right back.
Excellent. Well. What do we have here? We are back ripping away. Keed Stars trying to keep themselves on track right now. Beating back into this game. One round that they have seen from the fan of Flamengo. And it's looking interesting. Tabloni just out here to quickly rip it away. But this is where it comes to press, Vincent.
That it does. We'll get a peek at what maybe Misfit can do to bring a disadvantage back. A look that unfortunately going to be stalled out courtesy of that Molotov. They smoke it off. VSM searching, though. Problem is, if he steps too far forward, he can still be punished. Flash going to walk into him.
If we can have that eye on Dash to continue to open up that board. He gets a triple, ends that onto Misfit. Eyes that long are also taking care of the process here. It's a great bounce of work at this very moment. What a timing. That is seen, and Keed Stars are so pristine on this second map. They're rolling through. They got a date with Nuke, Vin.
Kind of feeling like it's going to be like that. I'm going back to, maybe this feels like a cop-out type of statement for me, Marky, but man, Flamengo just looks so broken right now. I don't really understand kind of what changed, but they looked very cohesive back on Mirage. There was like, a push and a pull. They were feeling the game. Here, it's almost like stunted a little bit. It doesn't look like they necessarily, number one, know what the next move should be, but number two, it's just a little bit late every time. You think about that last round. Let me give you some examples, right? VSM, he's kind of searching for a solution. Normally you can rely on him to be on his own, but he's out on an island. There's no backup, no exit plan for him once the cat players are forced back, and instead of VSM falling back with them, he sticks around, and it's just a waterfall effect. Lose one, lose another, and it starts to fall apart.
And sometimes these Dust 2s, I feel like, can feel a little bit one-sided, especially for trying to climb up a tally like this. And, you know, as you mentioned, it is a Keydstars that I think has been effective in this Dust 2 to go, but is trying to, I think, pull a little bit better of a banter on it. Their last performance versus Crew lost in overtime. I do put respect on that. Crew was, you know, as I put it, I mean, I think one of the most dangerous teams in the tournament, Vincent. But, I mean, for also, like, you know, we can mention this again, right? The opportunities that the SA teams have had, they may be a little bit cold. Misfit serving himself up a great couple of flashes. I'm not sure those land the way he intends. It's going to be a chaotic little bound up here where the bomb is yet to go down, and Cut's just slipping right behind them on the steps, but gets pushed back down to the first floor. Bomb going to go down here by the Keydstars. This is 7 written all over it.
Really does. I mean, Flamengo have a little bit of a look back into this, but when Donoko goes down, Misfit now in some trouble. He's got support from Delboni, but Dash is currently holding that off. These smokes are going to start to fade, and then problems start brewing for Key.
Dash gets that all the way through, but there's still one man in a line of scrimmage. They practically hold from this on Cat. Between these two positions, here goes a nade all the way through. Misfit get on this lie, and Misfit will not lie. Delboni hops on the bomb. It's only the truth to come out here for Flamengo, and that is with a second to sprinkle in here on Dust 2. But both of these rounds, Vincent, they have gotten, I mean, they've been so tough to grab.
I mean, I'll tell you, the previous round looked a bit more convincing. This one probably should have been a little bit more Keydstars. I think Keydstars were thinking probably the Flamengo don't end up going for that, but I don't think they were showing enough respect to the amount of long presence that Flamengo had the whole time. Misfit stays up close and, you know, takes a big risk, but gets that big reward, bites off 3 kills in the process. That's some good stuff, and something that Flamengo, a little bit of that flair that comes back to them from Mirage, they need more of that. One thing that I've noticed is Flamengo not nearly as proactive as I think they need to be. They tried a little bit of something like that, not last round, but the round before that. This round, they're back to the usual, which is very passive. So mid and Cat gets taken in its entirety without really much in the form of contact from Flamengo.
Another slow bout above it on Cat. And at this point, at that 48th, they can still be doing something else, Vincent. So it's, I mean, practically a pop out of these smokes. I don't think they give it the respect it deserves. And I think through that body language, it gets a bit more complicated. So these clean entries are going to have to be exactly that. And it's Clorox on top of the wipe that finds Cuts Moretz. He is washed out of this round, Vincent. I mean, all these germs washed out of A. 99% at least.
It's another one of these rounds, Mark, where I've been asking. I was gonna say another one of these rounds, man, where like Flamengo just looked like they've never started the round. I was highlighting how much space that Keydstars were given to kind of do whatever they want to at the beginning of that round. At no point are Flamengo fighting for territory. You know, tangling with long occasionally, but you know, outside of the early utility, if Keyd aren't fighting for it, Flamengo really aren't getting a lot of value there. And I think that Catwalk has been a little bit questionable. It might go all the way back to the very beginning of this map where Flamengo were aggressive and they got super punished for it. Maybe that was like a warning sign that they take a little too literally. Feeling like Keydstars take this time out, but Flamengo, they are the ones that really need it.
Not easy to stay on top when you're exactly trying to shake along a series that you lost in the previous go. but a new vibe. I mean, quite literally a new jersey when that did happen. It was, you know, under the Swingers name. And, I mean, and overtime on that Mirage, you know, the trouble they had in the rest of the series, Vincent, this is 7-2, and one that they are graceful to grasp.
I can't say I anticipated this. You were talking about where your expectations were keyed, probably taking this to 3. I thought maybe that was possible, but not the way that they looked on Mirage, and certainly not the way that this looks on Dust, man. Surprises across the board, it seems.
This is one of the slower Dust 2, I think, calling bouts that I've seen. I'm liking how exactly this pace is to, you know, go from the Ninja-led group.
At least they're stacked on A.
Got that going for him. Keeping that track. Flash blocks this out, and they're just below. But look, it is an impromptu boost right there at the elevator. It's been a minute since you've seen that, but VSM, he connects through that. This is prompting a legal chance to go about this, and thank goodness, because that would have been just something that, I mean, they would have been kicking themselves for, and really, I mean, boxing all the criticism to flame. When it's VSM that's starting to, you know, light this lighter, Vincent, it's always concerning. So you gotta box it up how they did.
Yeah, you really do. Can't. I mean, talking about like
lives in my nightmares. This is crazy. Especially from Tropa to Taco. I'll talk about them all day. Like the 85 Bears, Vincent.
They love Tropa to Taco.
They won the Super Bowl, actually. Chicago can't have an undefeated team. You kidding me?
Possible. But we're making the impossible possible right now. VSM having a bit of a stinker. And a beast. A nice reaction. What a frag from Delboni. Honestly, impressed that he even got that far out. Drops a defensive smoke. Venombeast doesn't have all that much support coming. I think there's a flash from Leo. Yeah, that's what it is.
This is a great spot. I know this is just going to be plucked out, though. It's a terrible feeling that Delboni's going to have about this. Now it's to just jump to his death, practically. When he hits the floor, he's going to be lifeless. But, I mean, Venombeast, he's gotten comfortable next to all of this garbage next to Long. You know, ahead of the dumpster. Some fresh air onto the bomb site. And VSM to give him this lease on life. It's, you know, one tag, and he's running all the way back. Venombeast needs to find exactly where he feels the most comfortable. Needs the bomb as well. There's a whole lot here, but I mean, with Misfit staring you down, he's about to let you know that you can't have it all. Oh, so you thought the winner takes it all here, and in a 1v3 you could let it happen. Denoco, he's on that bounce, doesn't want it to be too easy for Keystars to take it all here. They want to nade forward. That's the best case scenario.
That's the best round I've seen from Flamengo just yet. I mean, it's seriously almost like a change in body language, if that's even a thing inside the game.
Oh, I believe it really is. I believe it really is.
So that to me is what's changed for Flamengo. They're rocking with a little bit more confidence. They got motion for the first time in a long while. Go back to this long fight. Keystars thinking, yeah, probably not this time, actually.
We'll take our time this go around. Thank you very much. That let right at it. Around this corner, potentially. Right on this dime. Bringing one of these players back from Long. All the way on this pursuit. Doubled up at the door. They're just waiting to hear something. I really got to say, this has not been too impressive for me. Like, the entire side of this, I feel like engineering feat of the Flamengos have failed.
This is true. fact that they've engineered themselves a tough spot. Maybe a little telling in and of itself, huh? Bomb's currently looking towards Catwalk. And Misfit's in a position where that could be the case. They're going to try and clear out mid. But Cuts Moretz meets them where they are. Should speed them up on Cat. Oh, but that's problematic. Venabeast takes long at the same time.
He does, certainly. And now that's a good shot. Leo can have that sparred back, but this has the vibes of really slipping out of their hopes of a 9-3, but the way they're so close to this, and now Cut sees a magnetic on the head of Leo. Ninjas, he wants to be the reason why he pulls his team across that line. But Dash, if he can, fade away like a hero in this one. He's going to throw practically Hail Mary from Cat. Successful on that first go, but you're not bulletproof through that smoke. And Cuts is going to hop on that bomb, Vincent. It's Keatstars that are going to secure the best half they can with the energy that they found there through the last 6.
Yeah, fortunate those last couple of rounds in the half start to look a little better for Flamengo. And I guess you can talk about the fact that, you know, this has been a tough map for Keed more recently. Well, you know, a couple of big wins for Flamengo in the mix. You know, sans their loss to Crew. They've had some nice victories otherwise. I'm curious to see how that T side plays out, because that has been where they've given the best of them in the past. It's been on the T side.
$4K for Cuts to put that out of the half. Exactly the direction. You're right. They want to be headed, Vinny. With confidence, with it all, with a pistol round to stare back down. It is everything coming back to bite them.
It's very plausible for Flamengo to make a comeback here, but Keatstars could put a pretty clear statement out right now with the pistol round victory. I got bad news, Mark. Looks like we're on another
bad
technical.
News for me. We're losing Dash. We're losing Dash. That's a casualty.
Good news is it's not Venabeast, so small victories.
Right. He was having the issues earlier with the PC, as
That's right.
tends to happen. No update yet on Dash.
I think that this Keatstars team is pretty interesting. Obviously, you know, it's a storied organization, if you will. But one that we haven't seen in a few years. I don't know that I know like the background of what has brought them back into the mix right this moment, but it's cool to see them.
No, absolutely. I mean, I can remember where, I mean, this was repped before. So many tournaments that Keatstars went to, even used to have Keatstars Female, I believe, as well, and also a academy roster, Keatstars Academy. One of the best academy names that I don't think I got to bring this up the other day in CCT, but I believe it was when we were covering a player on the Crew. I believe it was somebody on Datsawa, all the way down. It was called there was one team that was the Grandes, all the way out there as their like academy team name, and then there was another that was the obviously Datsuwa Dog Pound, and I thought that was hilarious.
That's funny for so many reasons, and not intentional ones either.
No,
I have to imagine.
No.
Man, a rich history, we'll just say, of these academy rosters. Keatstars making it back on the stage. I appreciate that. Love to see that. One thing that Flamengo has been able to do a little bit better there at the very end was, you know, their retakes looked pretty good. They had some good timing about them at the very least. So, maybe a little bit of positivity to close out a half that was lacking in that. He said you like the positive, Marky. Well, I didn't have a lot of that for you.
It's okay, I guess. Can't have it all, Vinny, now can we? But we do have Desh back. And that we can thank our lucky stars for. As I think we'll be rolling back into this soon.
Oh, you had to say it. That's on you, buddy.
Yeah.
That one's on you. That's a tough one. Well, we've lost him again. Whilst we try to find Dash, we're going to take a break. Apologies for these delays. We'll get back as soon as we can. BRB. All right. Well, we're. Oh no. No. We got baited. We were live, and now we aren't live. Oh my goodness. I don't know if that means that we're getting back or not. I don't know if that means that we're good or we're chilling. Dash is still not in the server, so I think we may have gotten baited on that one. He was here, I swear. He did get back here. But I think that means that we're gonna go back to break. Apologies for the bait and switch. But we're gonna be right back as well.
Whoops.
All right, we've heard that they've finally gotten things figured out. It does look good. Thankfully, Dash back in and roll in. We've had multiple server changes. We've tried just about everything. And it was last chance, last attempt, and it is successful. I mean, it might as well be. It really might as well be, though. Yeah, they get out and find themselves a little opening duel. Thought that there was a little bit better opportunity. I think it was Flash who was in window, but did not seem to carry that over. A nasty headshot comes through. That's VSM and Del Boni putting them to bed. Keedstars can't recreate the magic of the first half pistol round so long ago as it was, and Leo removed. Yeah, I mean, it's also a T side that Flamengo historically have been good about. You know, this is their bread and butter. It's the CT side that they sort of struggle their way through. It's still pretty decent, but nowhere close to the win rate that the T side typically favors. It's a force buy for Keed. I think it's actually a pretty nice force buy. The problem is they stacked B. They sort of gambled in that direction after taking contact in mid, and the bomb's running up cat. So it doesn't really matter what I think about it. It's going to have a very clear outcome. And I don't love that. Yeah, I'm not really a big fan of how Keedstars are trying to like continue fight for this. Enemies might be dead here too. Yeah, I don't. I mean, I was kind of thinking the same thing, not quite, but regardless, what I was saying is I'm not a big fan of how Keedstars just kind of like started tossing bodies at the problem when they figure out that it's going to be an A play when contact is made out at long. I think you can understand them kind of starting to rotate a little bit, but and they were just really unconcerned about Flamengo and how many nades, how much noise had been made there at mid to B. So I don't really know why it was worthwhile to throw their lives away in that fashion. I think that's a little bit of a mistake. They could have had an extra half buy in this round. Now it's just USPs. Feels like that might be accurate. Misfit doesn't get vision on anybody. He's just looking for the cross down on the Xbox instead of the cross over mid. Well, this is really ambitious from Keed. I think Ninja's gonna need to thank his lucky stars that he did not go down there. Yeah, that's bad news. VSM didn't have any sort of support. Now they got to deal with Long at the same time as that cat play comes to fruition. All three of the remaining CTs that aren't at Long now up cat. Yeah, it really will. And I think that honestly, the big mistake for Flamengo is that they don't have any support for VSM. They're so worried about Ninjas, who I got to give a ton of credit, man. He does a phenomenal job of playing hard to get, but also being a threat whilst never really giving a fight over to Flamengo. They were locked in on that long fight the whole time, and Ninjas never gave it to him. Meantime, VSM is calling in for support. He's like, guys, I need help. There's 3 guys running at me, and they've got utility. It's just very difficult for VSM to do much of anything when those numbers are in that position. So big credit there for Keed finding a win where honestly their post plant initially positioning looked good. Flamengo had a strong start to that post. Yeah, I don't quite understand how that goes so wrong. Those flashes might have been fantastic. Guts is going to try and recover the round, but it's not him who I'm more worried about. It's VSM. Might be the difference maker. On Dash is unfortunately dropped again. Yeah, no doubt about that. I think that, Fluxo was kind of the one terrorizing those CCT tournaments almost all of last season. What was it, 4 straight that they were able to win towards the back end? Yeah. The bad news here, Mark, I feel like we probably should address the elephant in the room. Yeah, is that Desh, unfortunately, it's been him not only having problems, but the majority of the difficulties has been with him not being able to stay connected to the server. So, not sure if anything's changed on the administration side, but what we were kind of hearing going into this is that, you know, they had used most of their tech, and so I'm a little bit concerned here for Keydstars, because I think they might be towards the end of the rope, if you will. For now. You know, internet been a tough time, I think, in general for us as well. I feel like we're gonna get an eco round started here. A little bit of a tragedy, right? It's kind of something that maybe isn't so kosher to talk about generally, but you know, that drop does have an effect on the game. Flamengo bouncing back was a 2-on-4 there. So, unfortunately, it's a big turning point. Keydstars likely to be equalized at 9. Doesn't have a lot to work with, though. No armor. Just this pistol, but one shot on the Delboni would have done it. Unfortunately for Venabeast, that shot misses the mark, and Delboni puts him in the other direction. A little bit scary for Flamengo, because actually Kuzmarats had the bomb, and he was the guy like playing cleanup duty once the first man goes down over it long, and that's what gives Desh that AK that nearly wins them the round. So even in victory, some troubles still there for Flamengo. Guns back in business here as Desh gets an up. And they're taking their time about this. Keedstars, they are so far away, so split on A. It's going to have to be a punchy attack, and that's fantastic. VSM takes Veto down, and Flash was sort of preoccupied with all the utility flying at him. He gets exposed by the nade and the smoke, and VSM, a double entry. Call it done. Call it sealed. This one's delivered to Flamengo's doorstep. A victory and double digits on Dust. No, don't think so. I don't think so. A little bit. Don't worry, we're gonna have the regular crews coming in for the playoffs here. It's true. I love that high-low. I certainly think they would, but, you know, Keedstar's the one to stand in the way of that. They have their own preferences. Desh going to be saddled over here towards B this round, and it might be head-to-head here. Fantastic shot from Misfit. Goes back for more, but not ready to take the shot. Once again, Keedstar's, their default on the CT side right now, Marky, it's a little bit lacking because they don't have any mid control. They're like never even touching base with mid, so they don't have any information in that area. And you can see the reaction is to maybe bring Venabeast a little bit closer into this area, but it's late. Bro, I mean, I'm maybe a little irritable here, but Flamengo need to just take the damn site. I genuinely like need them to just, you know, take that next step forward. They almost got preoccupied with that possibility before, and that was what lost them the round, and now they like don't even fight for it. Leave Dinoco in this like impossible position, fighting one by one. I just don't love the way that they set that up. They set themselves up for failure, honest and truthfully. Guess Keedstar's around that probably they had no business being in. Misfit's opening pick goes on deaf ears. Done it again, Mark. It's Keedstar's separation, man. It's not like two sites on the same map. It's as if they're two different maps. That's the way Keedstars are playing right now. They're not even in position to really handle this. Venabeast gets tagged heavily. Flash has gone down. Venabeast alone. He's gone as well. so separate too. Ninjas in, I was gonna say some trouble. They kind of left Ninjas alone there. I thought they knew he was in CT. I guess they didn't. So Dash is the only one remaining. Yeah, something needs to change right now for Keedstars. They don't have time. They don't have time to play this game. They have to make this adjustment to rectify the issue I've just been highlighting over these last 3 rounds. Flamengo know it's a problem, and they're taking advantage. Yeah, I fear that might be the case. Yeah, I mean, can't figure out some of those tactical difficulties if you're not able to play, if you're not able to be in the server. And I think Keedstars have been given the bad news that they're going to have to play 4v5 right now. We'll use their some tactical timeout uses. But he's back. Yeah, for how long? Who knows? But hopefully long enough. I was gonna say they're very tactical in their usage of that timeout right there. Waited until the very last moment of freeze time to call their tack so they get the maximum. I know what they're doing. You waiting for my 5th to get home for our league match? Yeah, that's against the rules. Eats fry. I am admin. Not. It's the same setup right now, Mark. Keedstars are so separate. Like I said, it's 2 different maps, disconnected from each other for Keedstars, but not the case for Flamengo. And Flamengo wastes very little time. The difference is that Dash here is in position to deal with this. I'll post it. Jesus. Normally, I normally would say at this point in the game, you sort of have to go for this, even though it's nigh impossible. The problem is he doesn't even have a kit. So, you know, that hope, that dream that is really a pipe dream, generally speaking, not even there. That's not even a possibility. Flamengo going to come out on the better side of 12 rounds first. In this one, that's been a nightmare for Keed on a technical perspective, but the comeback is settled. Flamengo have them right where they want them. 2 chances to close this one in 2 maps. Yeah, maybe lucky that the invites didn't go out a little later. Misfits missed the moment here on the Ninjas. Seems to kind of have an inkling that something has gone wrong, but Leo from Car picks up the double kill. They should get the bomb down. Misfit's going to join them. Yeah, I mean, VSM, he put it all on the table for that final round, and he takes it all. Some ugly misses, some struggling moments, but VSM, he makes it look easy there by the final stages of it. Good news for Flamengo is that despite some struggles, they do end up picking that one up in a 2-0 fashion. They make that comeback work, and I think, you know, maybe helped out slightly by the struggles in the technical side there for Keyd Stars, which sucks to say, but I do think that had an effect. That we do. 9Z going to be up against Flamengo right after this. They might need a little bit of delay. I know we're behind, but off one best three right into another. We'll see what that looks like. Hopefully it's a quick turnaround, and we will see you there. So stick around. We'll be back in just a bit. Alrighty, we back in business for a little bit more Thunderpick World Championships here in South America. The good news is that Flamengo made it out of that tech nightmare, I guess, with the victory.
Yeah.
A little tragedy, I think, on the side of Keystars, considering that the issues that Desh was having. Regardless, we're going to move past that, and we have the winners matchup that is set to go forward. 9Z made it look very simple, very easy up against Game Hunters earlier today. And Mark, now they have Flamengo standing in their way.
Yeah, they got Flamengo standing in their way. I'm excited to see how this matchup does measure up. This is not the performance that I thought that Flamengo is going to exactly swing into. Not like suggesting anything against the Keystars or anything like that. I just think that they had a really good South American CCT #1 for some of the new, these tournaments swinging into the new season. And they only did lose. I spoke about this briefly earlier. They only lost to Bestia and Crew, teams that placed within the top 4 here. So, like, with that context, I don't think that energy showed up within this last series, and I think that there's a lot more of a vendetta. I don't really want to call that for 9Z. I think, things can happen, and 9Z is, a team that I trust on this way back up. We talked about how we really like their addition of Bit as we hop into the roster and look at these fellas to exactly get in. But, I mean, losing to Crew out there in the playoffs was not the desired result for Max and the boys.
No, not at all. And I mean, listen, I think that, to be fair, some changes that 9Z made as well.
Yep.
Not just in the coaching slot, but generally speaking, that was that result for 9Z wasn't where they want to be. And I think that that's been true in general for this 9Z team for the last 6 months or so. And this is a Thunderpick tournament that I think it's a very good opportunity for them to change the way that we're thinking about them. The good news for me is that I think they've got all the tools to do that, to take a win here against Flamengo. I really like what Martinez has been putting on display. I think Lucan has been very good here recently. And I think that it's, more of a question of some of the supporting elements maybe for 9Z, but generally speaking, I think that this should be a game that 9Z is comfortable in.
I really agree with you. I think that, it's going to be, I think it's an excellent for them to put out that 2-0 really early. When we were watching, unfortunately, I so much of our conversation we were even talking about yesterday was unfortunately at the worst end of Game Hunters. So if you're a Game Hunters fan, I apologize. You have a land to see them in the next couple of weeks in North America, which will be cool. But unfortunately, they were kind of walked all over in some of the, larger and up-and-coming storylines, I feel like, with the last tournament that they were playing. And so a good 2-0 that they got over there was kind of the same for Red Canids. And I feel like 9Z maybe, putting out a similar energy in this tournament. We'll get back to that. Here's Flamengo. You just saw them in their last series all the way out there, put up a 2-0 against the Keystars. That's one I think that, we should prefer them taking, but maybe in better energy, Vincent. Do you rate the Keystars higher than maybe I'd suggest?
I don't really know. I kind of am sort of split on that one. I think for me, for Flamengo, let's talk some win conditions, okay? VSM, obviously a big part of their success,
VSM
right?
ace to close it out.
Yeah, exactly. Dinoco on the other side of that. I think that's the duo of riflers that, Del Boni can sometimes take part in, but not necessarily isn't required to take part in, that are the big factors for me. The other side to that coin is this op duel. I think Misfit is pretty outmatched right here. Realistically,
the better offer for Flamengo is history last series, unfortunately.
It was, and that's really not, I think that's a little unfair.
I'm not trying to diss them, but that's the truth.
With all of the issues, but I think that is the truth, absolutely. And I think that then, unfortunately, when you're talking about the head-to-head for this AWP, Misfit needs to focus on just not letting Martinez run wild. That's kind of where I'm at. It's probably unrealistic to see Misfit kind of come and be at the same level as Martinez. So for that reason, I don't think I'm going to set that up. I want to see VSM, Dinoco, both of them playing well, which, at times they were in that series. I think they struggled more on Dust too, but VSM had a way to bounce back. Dinoco had some big moments across both maps. And then Misfit not be a liability there. Those are the conditions for Flamengo to have a competitive series against 9Z.
Yeah, 1,000% out here. And I think where, this exactly does get brought up is, there is a little bit of a safety net here. This obviously being the, top of the group here. We're going to be seeing Keystars and Game Hunters play, I believe, in 2 days. as that does come around. I think I could be incorrect. I'll double check upon the format that we have coming on here. We'll go into the head-to-head, which obviously Martinez is going to be on that AWP, and I'm really excited to see, him get back into it, Vincent. He was practically pulling back 9Z into that playoff series themselves that we've referred to a couple of times, had a disgusting rating that is, helping the average, which you see on screen right here. I got to ask you, Vincent, if VSM, in my opinion, he's got to be the best Brazilian tier 2 rifler. Agree or disagree? And that's disrespectful to call him that, because that's just where he is. He's played in the tier 1.
Yeah, I think right now he certainly is towards the top of that table for me. And I have to give it a little bit more thought. But yeah, no doubt about that.
Good.
And I think that
he's so good.
This rating kind of shows that, right, man?
Yeah.
He's been deadly, been consistent, and been consistently picking up these big placings as well. I think the question mark is just like about the rest of the squad, like if they can step up behind him.
No, most certainly. He was kind of in contract hell there with, the stuff that we were talking about with Fluxo being on the bench, not receiving opportunities, getting with Trump and Taco, yada, 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 is absolutely loving where he sits at. Everybody knows how the conversation used to be around a guy like VSM. He's 25, but when he was a little bit younger, everybody wanted to pick this guy up, but he couldn't go to the major because he had a VAC ban. Ever since the VRS and how Valve looks at things now, his as well expired. So he's good to compete and good to be back on track with his way. And I just have to wonder if you're going to see a really good day out of Lucan, and if you're actually going to get that from Hassau to actually give this guy a run for his money.
Yeah, I think that Lucan is definitely the other side to this coin, right? I know that this is the head-to-head because it's the ratings, but I already kind of drew up the op head-to-head battle that I'm kind of looking at, and if you kind of take the op out of the equation, it's most definitely Lucan who's going to be on the other side of that conversation, trying to boost the best situation there up against VSM, and I think Lucan can absolutely do that. Has been looking very good with this 9Z squad, and continues to do so. Let's jump into the veto. Let's talk about some detail about how things go down here. Not a big surprise to see some of these bans. Train and Anubis. Train is Flamengo's perma. Anubis is one of multiple actually big gaps, to be honest, in 9Z's map pool right now. But understandable. The fact that Flamengo love Mirage is good news for 9Z because they do still play it, and the nuke has been their bread and butter. This is a 9Z consistent victor type of performance. That's where I see their nuke is one of the best maps in their pool.
Yeah, 9Z, it is in Mirage that is going to go get heavily peppered in probably later here. They'll start to play in more tournaments, get more officials in the last couple of months here, but literally just today put up like a 13-1, 13-2 against Game Hunters in that series. I knew that watching along that we may have a quick day up in our first affair there, but that nuke, absolutely right. It could be a great 1-2 punch if you are looking to see 9Z go ahead and stab for another simple contest here, but we just had 2 2-0s, man. Maybe we can get these people a 3 mapper.
Maybe. I think if we get there, man, Ancient's a really tough conversation to have because, we saw this in the game against Crew that they played in
Flamengo for sure.
In CCT, yeah. On paper, certainly the case. It took some doing, I feel like, for 9Z to lose Ancient, but the fact that they keep leaving it in, that they're the ones banning Inferno, something's changed with 9Z. This is not the 9Z of old. They used to play a lot of Inferno. They used to be a big fan of that, and part of this is Inferno is not the greatest map, is a good map for Flamengo, and it's a good map for other teams that they had been playing where they've been banning it out, but I don't know. It feels to me like there's been a change in 9Z's perspective on their Inferno, at least as of recent.
And, where that, I feel like, comes out to, the end of this, I think Bear, I really don't know if I really want, for the entertainment value, everybody at home, yada, yada, price of admission, whatever you want to talk about for this to go 3. It's a nuke in a Mirage that I really don't know. And the energy that we already, brought up a couple times by 9Z, this is where they're going to look to, I think, put their foot down and have an easy ride through Group A. But I just don't know if Flamengo's that easy ride. Definitely not with Cuts on the other side. Definitely not with how VSM closed out that map. But we need to see a step up from Misfit for sure.
Well, I think that, you know, the good news is on Mirage specifically, right? The way that those guys were playing as a whole, right? That trio of rifling was fantastic. And then you added, it was history there on Mirage. But
Yeah.
like you add somebody like Misfit playing well, I think that, you know, it's very doable, very approachable. But, you know, it's kind of hard to see that continue to happen when it's a step up in the level that they're playing against, in addition to, you know, a very long best of 3, even though it ended 2-0. I mean, it was almost 3 hours long that they were sitting there kind of in their chair. And that can start to drain on you a little bit. I don't want to put too fine a point on that, but I do think that there might be a slight factor there as well.
Yeah, that's obviously, you know, a part of the job, you know. I feel like if we were, you know, say at, you know, how many times have we gone to a local North American LAN, Vincent, and, you know, walked in at 9 in the morning only to start casting at like 2, you know, we're familiar, you know, everybody is, you know. It was like one where you have to especially appreciate it online, dude. I know when we're having a tech delay, you know how I am in my chair. I'm chilling. I think they're fine. I think they're fine, man. Suck it up. You're at home hanging around here. It is going to be one that funks away your energy, but the energy of a 13-2 is like, I still think high in confidence, if anything else.
There we go. Yeah, a pretty nice setting, I think, to end us on. I say end us because I think we're going to have a couple of minutes before the game ready to roll. So we're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll get 9Z and Flamengo rolling on Mirage. Alrighty, we got things figured out for you.
You should be able to hear me this time. Hello. I can win through the room. Oh, wait. I forget we had a pregame.
Yeah, I was about to say, what? You were gone in the pregame or what?
No, I'm here, baby. I am here. Excited to be watching another Mirage.
Little jump spot for Wasso Peak.
Never get tired of it.
He's seen anything.
You shouldn't.
He certainly heard it.
Now he will. Popping off on that clock. We started it. Rather, we ended it on Dust 2 with VSM. We started on Mirage with him right the hot hand in this bomb site. And it's Demoni that's going to get it. VSM has found not a nothing here. But the bomb needs to be on par for this. That's the most important cue. And now it's going to go all the way forward. And is a just meet on it. I was about to call out the man advantage. It's not happening. 3v3 upon that banner, and Martinez is trying to spar back. This is where the connection is made and cuts. That's exactly what happens. He is put out of the round, Vincent. It is all on Misfit here with the HP.
Yeah, he takes first contact. Delboni going to hit the second contact, and now Martinez is all alone. He's got the one low HP bar that you mentioned, but not a lot of time to work with. There's no kit currently, and I don't think that one's dropped in the open either. Big missed shot, but time expired by this point. Doesn't matter who hits the shot, Misfit finally will, but the round was secured nonetheless.
I was going to make this comment about VSM after he got his ace. Unfortunately, my mic was not on. But I was about to say, man, you have a couple teams, even in this tournament, a couple of the Tier 2 South American teams coming to these, America's local lands. Dude, what if VSM came to Fragadelphia? It would be over for those kids, man. It would be over.
They're about to beat Period Junior, which is like basically mini VSM.
This is true, actually. This is true.
There's a lot of, well, I don't know about a lot, but some similarities there at the very least.
If we do end up going, we're going to have to flick up with the Flexo boys.
At least say hello. That's for sure.
Nah, get a group pick with our best friends.
That have never met us.
They are damn stylish, though.
This is true. That's a good
right
point.
In
I'd tell you who was stylish. The ODDIK boys. Those guys were stylish.
There you go.
Woody is very stylish. I met them in Atlanta for ESL Challenger League last October. Seems like that was when it was.
I know what's going on right now. Here in July, this MAC-10 on chair, I was about to prompt it, getting a couple of kills. I should have known better. It said VSM in the script. Got
those are his
kills
ecos
on that Galil. He eats them up. I'll sound out ready. And it's done. It's dusted. 5 alive in checks watch, checks notes rather. That is the amount of rounds that Game Hunters got earlier. So now 9Z beats them 13-2, right?
I don't think so, but
some of the other results have also been one-sided, but against them.
Yeah, I was gonna say, man, that would be a statement.
Yeah.
You get the pistol, give nothing else from that point on. Martinez on a glass cannon.
Some guy in Twitch chat probably.
He's over on CT. He's about to get tested, and the fact that he's glass cannon is maybe going to be problematic considering all the utility about to fly at him.
To fly at him, ready to go. Here goes that smoke. It's going to be deeper into the bomb site, ready for Delboni, who's taking a lot of contact to try and see through a Soaring Eagle. Martinez from CT is going to be getting Delboni somehow, some way.
I mean, surely he wasn't actually in the air. I think he was just jumping up
Kill
onto
feed
the
don't
top
lie,
of a
buddy.
ticket.
Kill feed don't lie.
I don't know what's lying to me now. 5v4, though. It's a big advantage. Flamengo in pretty decent post-plant positioning, but Max is actually such a critical piece to this.
Cuts with a great shot. There is Max where you were talking about on that flank, and it pays off. Martinez has to work real hard. Max, no defuse for you. That part is done by the Romanian. It will be the first on the board for 9Z.
A big chance to pick things up there, and 9Z deliver. Thank you to Martinez, who hits that fantastic opener. and then stays alive for more. Max with such critical post plant, like retake positioning, man. I like genuinely denying all of ramp control, making it very difficult for Flamengo. And so it makes it so that the rest of 9Z can much more easily start to clear out because they know they've got to be con. You got to be jungle or connector. There's really no other questions or no other options, excuse me, for Flamengo once they have taken the A site and they have 5 or 4 players alive.
In this long range, he is looking good today. You can tell. I guess that little break between these series didn't affect him after all. We'll see if that ages well, because there is just a close miss onto the bomb site, and the Spaniard is just going to be allotting them the space they deserve. This is a part of the plan. This is a part of the trap. It's trying to get that all the way least out, but Molotov to go past. Flamengo have had trouble planting this bomb, and right here, it's trying to find the confidence to do so. Cuts to get this at the back of triple, and now officially the post plan on.
How about again from Max? He's coming on the fast flank through ramp once more, and they've got him somewhat contained. Jungle is theirs, but everything else, it's for the CTs to play with.
So up top, got to go back and forth, and there is Lucan making it look so easy. The Boney up top, yeah, run and hide away, because the last time you died on this A-bomb site, it was to a flying AWP. That's the stuff of fairy tales. 9Z. This is nothing but 4 up on it. Lucan the only casualty, and you're back to a tied game. Rather for the first time.
Yeah, man. That's a fantastic retake again from 9Z. Talked about like Max and how important he is. He's done it again there. He's not super required this time around, but Lucan at the forefront takes fights, wins fights, overwhelms. And though Flamengo, I was, praising where they were able to get, like deep jungle is sort of dream positioning when you have somebody like Bilboni inside of Palace. That's a crossfire set, but it doesn't pay dividends. There's no outcome there for Flamengo that would suggest they had such a strong positioning.
Made a bit deeper. And Flamengo, they may just have to boost a man. I think that's Daboni to get this look. Adam is going to be smoked out. He may start to see the shoulders of VSM, but now they're going to be so lined up. Easy 2 kills, or so they say. Daboni gets that kill all the way forward, and this A site is going to be concerned about this into ladder, but they got to be concerned about what's close. What's close is a P250 that is going to be doing a whole hell of a lot, but this is a good timing for Lucan to stab. It is back-to-back multi-kills on A for Lucan until Cuts has something to say about it. The Spaniard back to go ahead in space, and bomb is going to go down here. Maybe to stop it. Can't go too far. Which way does Cuts pass? And that will be a lifeline. Now with the spotting onto Martinez.
He's got a kit. He's got a smoke. He's got a flash. That's all that he has to work with. Cuts stepping forward, maybe a little bit concerning, but he's just tucked for now. No need to peek until Martinez forces the issue.
Smoking flash. VSM, this should be cake for him if Cuts can't get it done. But he gets his slice from CT after all. Flamengo have 9 Z's round ricocheting off the board back their direction. It's a third that they put back up with 1 AK and a couple of pistols.
9Z's money is really complicated. They don't have the best of tools at their disposal for this round. Despite 2 pretty dominant victories, it's not enough. And yeah, a big oversight. Maybe not even that big from Adam S. It's just a little bit of a missed mark where he probably should have had at least a kill, gets nothing, and pays.
The bomb going to head the way back towards middle because I think you're about to have a big meeting here. Flash to just tease them. Better not be Cut showing first. He is alone. They're just waiting for this to go out from under. And what a timing, Max. Now going to have to go back. He sees ahead and cracks it. This is such good stuff for him to just disappear. may have to be careful of ladder. This is terrible. You see how these timings unfold, and now the repeat. Max still sticking around, and it is a backstab. You can't fully land the blade. The stab is through the smallest of the two daggers. Gets the USP, and down to Boney all alone. Swaps to the AK, but I think position known out to Max, but Max is going the long way round to get this positioning back in CT.
It's a little bit scary that they're separating. That being said, Delboni has some utility as well, so might be able to chop up some of these fights. He'll certainly never be expecting Max to fully reposition to CT. So if he goes back to A, that's exactly what's going to happen. Back is turned, and he turns in time. Uh-oh, for Max. Wasso's got to get into the mix, and eventually he gets there just in time to save the day. A little bit of a struggle there for Max on the spray. Twice over in that round, but he still hits the ones that matter to give 9Z the victory.
Certainly so. This is a great little pace that we get here through the first 6. I'm going to be really getting a rich back and forth from this, but I mean, where it actually comes to dial, I feel like it's so much more that Flamengo are, expecting out of Delboni here. I mean, clearly in both series, I will add, than how I was watching them exactly deal over in Series 1 of CCT. So I think that that's actually positive signs, right? I think the conversation that, we were having around this was so much to VSM. Some viewers might be going, well, who's the other rifle that's going to step up? Well, I know that, they're very happy to get Delboni, a guy with a lot of experience, onto this roster, but here he's really toting it well. And Dinoco, also with that rain, they're getting this bomb down Vincent, and at a certain point, you have to get this done. Why knife when you can just get that done? No flank for Adam has to go now, surely.
Yeah, I mean, they've been so constant. I feel like Flamengo, getting pressured by 9Z up top mid. I don't know how exactly VSM slipped that gap because Adam S was in top mid for so long, but he gets up underpass clearly and finds a way into ladder without being heard. That's a huge oversight. Oh, that's bad news. Damage, though, onto Dinoco. Gonna give him 1 kill. Adam will take that. And Guts does survive. But a big problem there for 9Z. They don't realize that VSM could be in the window. And so they don't give it any check, any look whatsoever. It is the final nail in the coffin to that round that started with Wasserbeak getting triple swung through a smoke in apartments. That should be, best case scenario for him, really. And Flamengo still bounced their way through it.
Yeah, at a certain point, they're just going to... I really don't know if I'm comfortable calling this one way or another for the energy, but it's easy to do that where the money is so cut and clear after a round like this. Don't get scared, everybody. We're just into a brief technical pause. Hopefully, this is me plugging back in my headset. This is me.
You say the word brief, but you
putting
don't have
batteries into my mouse. This is I don't know, what could it be?
Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. Don't worry about it. But yeah, 9Z, on to a pretty brutal reset here of the economy. They're going to have to force. They don't really have a choice. And I think for me, Flamengo, I don't think they have any way of winning this series 2-0. So if they're going to win, it's going to be 2-1, and I think it's going to be on Mirage and Ancient. So for me, Mirage is a must-win because I don't see a world where they can take Nuke.
Yeah, Nuke is, I don't think, a negotiable term right here. Back into the freeze time we are. Loving some of that. 9Z with bold decisions out of this freeze time. They're going to stir the pot here in round 8. Not let this actually go ahead and, it's garnering up a 5 for sure. This isn't going to be, the strongest buy they grab, but I think to actually let that go and, press that hot. This is, within character for 9Z. Pressing very hard on that opening pick. Misfit just flubs back.
Legendary win this could be if 9Z were able to pull back against this, but They're forced buy-in, and they're stacked towards A. I have to be making a quick decision to move elsewhere. Otherwise, Martinez is on his own. And as much as I, gave him a lot of credit, he goes down instantly.
Ooh. Yeah, I think this force may be in vain here. Last line of defense you have is just one Deagle kind of poking its nose around in market for probably a little bit more branded of a time. Then you do go ahead and respect this AK going to be darted back. And now, unfortunately, you're going to have to take 2 of these saves on the chin.
Yeah.
That's the game we play.
Certainly is, Max. I mean, this one, they didn't have much of a choice. They were at 1,400, so it was either save twice or buy one, save once, and then go next. Would have been nice if Max could have carried that over to the next round. He doesn't get that chance. Adam might even go down. There's a lot of resistance posted. Yeah, he doesn't even win the first fight. That's brutal, man. They get nothing out of that. I'd see in a little bit of trouble right now. Flamengo likely to take the half at the very minimum. Got some Wildcard fans in the server.
I mean, I gotta say, it's an America's team. That's as of a couple days ago again, right? I mean, quite literally with what happened with, I believe it is the South African region, all the way getting adjusted. That obviously implying for Sonic. Here goes the flood. Here goes the flame, and it is quickly gassed out. But VSM and Cuts are pretty good casualties to go ahead and grab.
I mean, minimum invested 2 kills. That's the hope, at least, that you can do that on your eco rounds. Keep Flamengo at least in the realm of reason, but they're built to the point where this half is of no question. Critically not going to have the money for Martinez's up.
So I have a little bit of a nugget of knowledge about Wildcard's IGL that was a absolute slap in the face across to me as a caster today that we'll get into in the next eco that I think you may actually know, but we'll get into it. To do with some Polish lore. We may have a second poking around here. Apparently it's not Stanislaw. It's like one word. It's Stanislaw, or like within the Polish pronunciation. Like, excuse me for not being able to do it, but I guess the casters back in the day were terrible at their job and didn't ask him actually what his name was. So, people doctored it up. I think, there's a character in, video game high school called The Law. I think people, always associated with him, The Law, Stan stands out so well. It's not actually the name. It's not actually his name.
Gotta do your research. That's the answer. Big frag from Adam S to get off the rip. And Max set up for success there. That first contact from Martinez allows him to get the freebie. Now eyes all on set to Lucan, but Misfit had his eyes locked onto that lane. It's going to have to be some big moments here from Hosso and from Adam to claw this back.
Yeah, shoddy start they have had, but a lot better of a turnaround that Misfit has put up. But a lot of this has been on the rifle. Need to see him sparring quite successfully on this op, and this is now a track in the way down. The problem is here, no kit, but I mean a clue about where the setup is. And now spotting onto both of these players, Adam S knows the nail on this op, runs to the bomb, and has a more than enough time for the 10-second defuse. 9Z got to get their hands dirty, but these are the type of rounds that 9Z wins. Or the tough ones that they have to go ahead and steal from Flamengo back. That is going to feel good for their CT side finally.
It is, but man, their CT side's normally their bread and butter. This is where 9Z do their best work on Mirage, and right now it's limited to 6 rounds at best, and that's not the norm. The norm far better than that. It's T-side struggles that have defined them in losses against Imperial. Maybe those against Red Canids as well. So I think they need more. And the bigger issue is that down to a 1v1, you know that means we're back into this, MP9, barely able to afford rifles. At least Martinez has an op. That recovered off the body of the dead Misfit.
There is that Misfit well and alive. Opening kill. Flamengo are tracking this along to be a very successful Mirage so far, and they don't want to slow down. Energy on in round 11, and they're about to take this next step. Go ahead of this smoke is likely the procedure all the way through and decking them. I mean, this is a great look back by Flamengo after a great stab from 9Z. It's going to require that type of effort back from Max and Martinez, but they're not going to roll the die. They're going to sit and wait. It's going to be 7 guaranteed.
Yeah, there's no point in going for this. They've already lost this round. Yeah, fantastic A play. It's Misfit who, was under scrutiny in our pre-show. We're talking about like the head-to-head for Martinez, and I think that he's done a phenomenal job of providing some big impact moments. That opening pick notwithstanding.
I think what kind of is, killing the mood on, getting excited for Flamengo is just the fact that, you have to get this Mirage so badly because their nuke looks really, really bad on paper. And when I feel like you can sit there and, sort of sit with some of these statistics and kind of flood through them, see that potentially they are a good nuke team, at least in some sense, through maybe losses they have, man. It's hectic, it's inconsistent, it's scary for Flamengo there, and I just know it's not going to be coming in 2 on that. I mean, they have a weird result. It's a 13-11 win that they have over Imperial in a PGL South American qualifier, but it's like, how random is that? I feel like
also
this is a
3
nuke
months ago almost.
Right, exactly. So where you roll the die for it does not get you too excited. Oh, North American made.
Yeah, for real. Misfit still given an opportunity to hit that shot. Can't connect it this time. Saved rifles, the big firepower for this round. You add more MP9s and less utility than the last. So if you thought it couldn't get worse for 9Z, you are mistaken and corrected with their input into this round. Okay. Just a random couple of dinks.
One step at a time, gets a shouldered press for it. And I mean, it's these tags coming up that will add up. There's the headshot, and now all you've got to work with is that angle back into apartments. This is 7-5, and it's cashed out. It is just ready to be cleaned, and Dinoco can still go ahead and grab this, but I mean, would have to put up an MVP Cold Zera-like clutch on the site. 9Z, they go ahead and grab that 5. It's not what they prefer. Not what the expectation was, Vincent, but I don't think they're out of this Mirage. Not by a long shot.
Yeah, but maybe not. I kind of feel like they might actually be slightly out of this Mirage. Their T side's been abysmal in the past. Flamengo, they look like, all of those key win conditions that I was talking about, they're there, and it's not even needed for it to be like a crazy overperformance from somebody like VSM and Dinoco. Misfit doing exactly what I said, not being a liability, not letting Martinez be the best operator in the server. Well, he's had the ease of Martinez not having all that many ops, and he providing so many of these opening tools, on top of the fact that Del Bone's having a great game. You got that trio of riflers in great form. I really think Flamengo have done all of the right things to put themselves into position to win this map.
Get ready for a long night then. Not a believer in nuke. Not a believer. Even though I thought we were potentially going to get it in the series actually right before this. Better be ready to play it right now.
Yeah, I think I'm in agreement on that, but this is a 9C that very flat right now, but also like generally has had some flat results. A team that in the past I would have said no world in which they lose to a team like Flamengo. That 9Z doesn't exist anymore right now.
Yeah, I remember tuning into the beginning of the Game Hunter series and listening to Nexus and CMD, bring up the great heights, the former Tier 1 title that 9Z had. I mean, time keeps going by, and then it's right by your head. You're wondering, where did that 9Z go? Well, they're back in this Thunderpick trying to earn a title like that. Here goes Cuts from the back of this bomb site, looking pristine with this USB. This Mirage going one way, unfortunately 9Z going the other. Martinez 1v4 here and has to go and fight for his life at the missile pillar. But I think he might be blasted off into a nuke soon. This thing is flying by fast.
It sure is. Second time there as Flamengo take the pistol. And I think that Flamengo probably going to be ready for anything, but I don't see a world where 9Z should be too interested in forcing this up. They do not. It's 5 Glocks. Rare type of round in these days.
Never see them around these parts no more. I thought that was the route you were going. I'm sorry.
No, not quite, but that's okay.
Around this town. When's the last time you've been in this saloon, buddy? I just left Austin.
Big it up for
Austin
the two
hasn't
of us. That's not true. This town's plenty big enough for the two of us, Mark.
Aw.
Indeed, though. I don't know if this town's big enough for them. Mirage seems like Flamengo's domain, and I don't know that they're exactly interested in visitors.
Oh. Sent back to middle. Some sort of tourist attraction. Great scenes, the sunny day. Hey, little Daboni guy, he's pretty cool. Let's talk to him. Oh no, he's not so nice after all. It may not be as quickly as they foresee it to go. They don't want to actually just farm them up because, I mean, what? You let this VSM guy get a taste of it, he is just going to steal the entire entree, and he might give something for Daboni. He has to push out to get his. It is all 5 alive here for Flamengo. And they are just 4 rounds away from going 1-0 up in the series over 9Z.
I mean, impressive. But
does this energy make you question, 9Z at all? Do you think they'll be able to recover this well on nuke potentially?
Let me pause your question and push it down the road, because here's where 9Z can turn things around. There's only a 4-round deficit, Marky, and as much as the history doesn't tell me a pretty picture of 9Z's T side, it's also against very different opposition. Red Canids and Imperial, very different. Those are the losses on record for 9Z on this map. So I think we got to give them a chance to show out what they've got planned. 2 players towards A, Lurker towards the B site at the moment, but that guy more than likely in Max going to be just setting a little bit of utility in order to pull Flamengo in one direction. But man, are Flamengo committed to this current A stack? There's 4 within that realm. And if the bomb that Martinez has on his back ends up going mid to B, or mid to A, excuse me, they might be in trouble. Because that's what it looks like.
Good stab back on that. Drops it with that ball, and Sal, Molotovs. It's a bit of a stack here on A. They're starting to kind of bug back. Get that positioning up on Cat where it belongs. And now you're going to see into Dinoco, who's just left alone here, rather Cuts on B. This is perfect positioning for Cuts right now. Literally looking for the spotting on this. He just spotted it. Now he is trying to take a fight. Enough time purchased for VSM. But how often is that the result How often is it just Adam wiping him off the board? So now you got to get this bomb down, chasing it to the back of the site right here. Flamengo are still right on top of you, and you have one more Molotov left in the set, and it's just been used right on this window to go. There is so much pressure being pushed back right here, and now it is just contact made onto Cat, but it's an MP9. It's still causing trouble though, and Hassau, he's taking it personally. He's got that down to a 1v2 clutch, and the spray is spectacular. He has that all the way on. 9Z, they needed a little rev in the engine. They got it at a Hassau peak.
Yeah, I mean, it's truly a miraculous moment for them considering where they were. I think that reroute is actually fantastic. 9Z sort of realize that Flamengo are stacked up towards A, and I love that they go towards B, but Cuts does a fantastic job of, just being a threat, like getting his kill and then staying alive for a little bit longer. It's thanks to Huaso Peak that there's even a chance at that thing. It would have been a 1-on-3, but he takes down the Cat push and then finds that spray transfer to win them the round.
Noko with a great couple to grab. This is a brutal round. This is a blood sport effort by 9Z. Just literally trying to scrape through into the bomb site and take the space necessary to get this plant. It's a clear one. It is secure onto default right now, and Flamengo, how do they call this one back? Is it Cuds that will go for a bit of a rotation? That's going to take all day. He's going to get to the bottom of Con, and now he's likely going to circle back, separated from the rest of his group. It's 9Z, that bat to 7. That's all they needed was a little bit of adrenaline in the veins, and they got that out of their Chilean.
Well, I mean, and it's him who kind of takes the cake here once again in this round. Lucan has been having a nightmare on the entry duty, really struggling, and that doesn't change into round 15. And so now in round 16, they start to try that again. Lucan's struggling and also making sure to take it back. He pushes forward and takes space into CT. It's he who gets the opening onto the player who was at triple who took Lucan out. And then they continue to fight forward into CT spawn. A double kill, so critical. And so I'm not quite convinced yet, Mark, but I tell you this, 9Z, one round leading to another, leading to a bit of a problem for Flamengo's economy. That's the type of thing that isn't necessarily pretty, but is certainly a way back for 9Z.
Stumbling caught themselves, and what they have found, I mean, I feel like this is an entire whiplash of the energy, the identity back. To be honest with you, Vincent, 9Z have lived and died by it. I feel like there were so many times in the 3 mapper that we saw them versus Crew that it was just not guaranteed. Excuse me. And that's when it did decide to go south, and at points where I think you want to see a consistent foot. I think poetically that's kind of the shoe they need to turn if you want to see them back to, the tippy tops of tier 2 to go ahead and push to those tier 1 events. That's exactly what you need to see.
Yeah, you got to get there to the tippy top of tier 2 right now.
Tippy top.
I might see that starting right here, right now. Stack to beat. 9Z ready to hit A. Not exactly a crazy round about to go down. I think that, with 9Z, we're kind of talking about that possibility and kind of where they're at right now. And I think they're certainly capable of that. The DNA of that team that had those incredible runs, that were picking up those results, that's still here. Something is, missing a little bit right this moment. And they just got to figure out what that is. Flamengo are going to hang on to...
Oh, no. Oh, and it just gets that much worse for Flamengo. At least it wasn't Cuts that DC'd. It actually could be worse. They could have lost $650 worth of Kevlar.
And
God,
an
God
M4.
forbid.
And an M4.
Well, no, it would have stayed up there. It doesn't DC. I believe it just drops.
Oh, it does. You're right.
Could have just grabbed it back.
And he's actually back as well, so.
Just a momentary.
Maybe just needed a restart, you know? Took that opportunity. Five rifles on either side, head-to-head. I think might just run this A play back because Flamengo didn't see it. They didn't have anyone here.
This is crazy work. I mean, so focused on seeing through this thing. One more kill, and it's... I feel like I may watch the last couple of rounds and think, dude, am I watching Anubis? This is a couple of kills, and you're just going to save them. I mean, you really got to get out here. Flamengo, this has been such a different last 5 rounds than the rest of this game. Here, it's really going to be on notice. 3 players got to batten down the hatches on B, and it is going to be a tough next 20 seconds. They're coming for you.
Yeah, and I mean, especially when you look at how isolated Custom Reds is. Is he going to be shacked? Yes, he will. Nobody there to refrag either. So now Custom Reds safe. They close the distance. They're creeping and crawling, but it's going to be a little late maybe. Martinez the exception. Oh, he's been spotted. That's tons of info. Oh, and Max takes one out right at the very end, that final moment where 9Z equalized the score. Money's still healthy, though. It won't stop Flamengo. Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, Mark. Look where they're going.
Oh, yeah. Why wait? It's Flamengo that literally just kept sending VSM out B to farm before.
I really think that this is also 9Z hoping that Flamengo are going to overreact. Lucan got up mid so fast last round. I think they were hoping they're just going to like sprint up mid and then this A play is going to come in and it's a surprise. That's not what's happening.
The flashes are so good for Janoko. And actually him and Max, they just go by. Can't find anything up here. Oh, what a kill by Lucan. That is going to be soul crushing. Get another kill right out on the bomb site. Flamengo now just dishing, and it's like a tactical nuke that's flying the way of jungle. So much utility they are putting into that prey. And here goes Cuts. This is the last line of defense within CT. And you're just going to go one after the next. VSM, attempt to 1v5. It'll be bringing it to the grave with you. Your hopes and desires. 9Z were once very much within the back seat of this Mirage. Climbed all the way up. They're driving now. They have the lead. They have double digits first. And they have all of the reason to be happy about this. Flamengo, they're probably going to call a pause at the end of this. Yeah, this is a lot like them to talk about what's going to go because they got plenty of money for this buy.
That they do. I mean, that's the couple of saves in a row, right, that they've been able to do. That's what gives them this extra purchase, which might be towards the end of their rope. I mean, they really got to be careful here. I know that it's, 10-9. That's a close score line, absolutely. But see, one more round, the money is gone. Flamengo would be on MP9s at best. Like, that's a nightmare scenario again. So they do take that timeout. At the moment, 9Z, it's just momentum calling right now. It's nothing special. They're just taking what Flamengo are giving them, some good utility out today. You talked about those flashbangs where, Dinoco's just perma-blind, allows Max to get into a nice position. Would love to see 9Z just change themselves up slightly. It's actually not the buy. Flamengo take the eco now. I'd call this a ballsy call, but I do appreciate that they are putting everything and getting all the bells and whistles. They haven't had it op for round after round. It's been 4 straight, I think, since Misfits had one.
Looking with a great grab. Now Martinez, he's going to be seeing out, deletes Misfit. And it may be similar scenes for Janoko, who has a swift jab, but I was expecting to trade right there. Put an eye back on the minimap, and the rest of 9Z, they're sprinting in the opposite directions. This is going to be the B site, and directly VSM called upon. With an MP9, I think this man can do it.
That's high praise, but I'm thinking not likely. Certainly has the capabilities, but taking care of our Flamengo.
An easy lick like that. Not going to be so easy to bear this all by himself, so the rotations come through, but now it's the Boney that just actually got a dink right in, but slap back, Vincent. It's 11 that you can tally up for 9Z now. We were getting so deep into the conversation, mainly me, about, you know, how this kind of energy for 9Z was super lacking. I mean, it's rare that you see this thing turn around. It always has to come in some sort of unexpected clutch that you did have in the 1vx that Hostile did bring, and since then, it's been all 9Z all day.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly that kind of turned the tide, no doubt. You know, 2 back-to-back rounds where he gets 5 kills combined. Now, Flamengo put it all on to this round. They saved last in order to make sure they could get into the mix. Oh, and that's just a big mistake from Cuts Moretz. Hostile gets the entry, and he might find a double.
Has to stand it all on his own. Separated by the Molotovs, but now can just do it now. It feels like they are running laps around Flamengo at every turn. A site, 5-6 rounds in a row. Now they're chipping the end of this thing, swiping their card for their 12th here on Bravo, and there is going to be nothing that Flamengo are going to say about this. Battening the hatches, map 1 may come to a shrieking halt if we lose these guns, so we keep them up.
Yeah, I think 9Z probably going to send almost everybody in here to fight for these, though. Not as fast as I thought, though. Misfits got the look. Missed shot. They've got money. Everybody's got cash. There's dollars on everybody. So 9Z, there's no need to save anything. Martinez is the only one holding back. A little disappointed, I think. 9Z don't fight a little bit more aggressively for those guns. I mean, those are the guns that Flamengo meant to save that whole round for, and they're just allowed to take them away. So it's a perfect buy twice over, potentially to end this map for Flamengo.
Z remembered that they just had a 13-2 on this Mirage this morning. And that reminder came with a huge play by Hassel Peak that just threw them right back in a sprinting stance. It's 12 that they are likely not going to sit on for long. I wonder where their heads are exactly at for the finish.
Oh, lovely call. It's just a fast B play. Once again, out on an island is Cuts. And he's about to get isolated. Oh, it's not pretty, but it's a kill anyway.
And now Max, he's going to be taking his turn, his call up Cat anyway. It's looking beautiful. One stroke across the canvas more, and this will be a masterpiece out of 9Z. This is the top of Group A. Now they put the crown on the heads to do it. The first notch in this series versus Flamengo. They just had a 2-0 versus Keed Stars that was a little bit tenured in a reason where this gets tedious. Now out of Market Door, and you can't bring that out of the store without paying the toll to 9Z right here. It's 1-0 up in the series here, Vincent. They go up to Nuke with confidence.
That they do. And you know what, man? I think that there was all these question marks about their T side. And I back what I said at that point in the game, because the T side has been a real struggle for them. But it's exactly what I said at the very end, right? Yes, Flamengo won the pistol round. That leaves us at a 9-5 scoreline. But I said, you'd kind of ask me, is this over for 9Z right ahead of that first gun round? And I said, hold on a second. Let's see what their gun round actually looks like. The answer is it looked very good. It looked like they had a plan. And to be honest, I think Max deserves a lot of credit, right? The calling there was really good. I think that they called based on momentum a lot, but yes, when you have that momentum, it's super effective. In Flamengo, they had zero answers whatsoever. Felt like they barely even made adjustments for me, and 9Z just took advantage of that fact. In fact, even if Flamengo were making changes and they did try to stack towards A pretty often, then they adjusted to look towards B, exposed mid, chop that one up and send it in for that win.
They certainly did. Came in a 13-9 mints out there, and I gotta say, it will look good. Where it stews up for this nuke, Vincent, that's where we're headed for this map too. But before we get there, we are gonna be sending it to a quick break. Don't go far, we got more Thunderpick action in about 10 minutes. Well, back on track. It was honestly disaster avoided on that opening to go, but 9Z, they are going to be waltzing in 1-0 on their nuke now.
Yeah, and listen, Mirage always had question marks, but Nuke never did. So now Flamengo going to have to recreate some of that magic that 9Z had to come back on Mirage, but against them on Nuke. That's what I'm looking forward to. No kit here for Flamengo.
Ooh, and look at this call from Max. This is an easy call from Max. It's just a wrap here, but Denoco, you can't call around this. You simply have to follow the protocols and get these entries out in the proper fashion, all down to the Chilean, and no longer it's Flamengo that rip into Nuke.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to even have anything to say outside of what the hell kind of shots those were from Denoco. I know we didn't see them, from our perspective, but what I do know is that it was just one taps is what it sounded like. There was absolutely nothing that 9Z could do. It was a one-man wrecking crew in the back of the A bomb site, and yeah, they say that no game plan, no plan survives contact with the enemy. Well, that's a grand example of that.
The 7-4 down, and it's a double. Perfect from Flamengo. With not much that was thrown back by 9Z. I think I prefer that to be kind of blending in to a lot more gun rounds. I think Nuke is one of the, easier maps to go ahead and actually grab a forced victory on the Tech-9s, whatever it is. But I think maximizing the amount of times that you're going to get AKs in the hands of Lucan is, exactly going to be the design here by Max.
Well, I'll tell you what, man. This is exactly where 9Z had their success on Mirage was, once they got the guns out.
Yeah.
Up until that point, it was sort of more questionable. The guns out and they're ready to roll, and they're going to change it up, right? It was about that A play. Now they get the smokes out, and I really love how fast this swing is. Just trying to catch off anyone throwing that exact nade that we just saw. That's a lovely reaction from 9Z.
Adam S sees the hop
that
back.
We've come to expect.
They have a lot of info about A so far, Vincent, and they are going to carry on alongside it, carry it out. And with that player seen back to the vent, it's got to be 2 players on A here to measure up, even with the casualties that have dropped. That's why they take their time. Got to get a couple of smokes to fade as well. That does help, but it should be an easy entry here on the Guts, and it is. Now to just sneak out of the hut, they've got a Molotov for that, so somebody signed up for the job. This will be 9Z grabbing their first round. And not the real MP9 duo showing up. Thought there could have been a bit of a timing out of the vent, but not today.
No, it kind of seemed like there could have been, to be honest, but so I was right there with you. Thought looking about to step forward. He said he wants a bad molly for some reason.
Need the super molly, man.
Yeah, but he can just buy those from the store. Said he kept the bad
from
one.
the
No, he
store
can't.
is crazy. I gotta be real.
Well, where else are you buying them?
This is true.
What else would you describe?
Ammunition,
than
probably.
purchasing
Ammunition.
Ammunition. Yes, you're probably correct. 9Z. That was a lovely round that they just pulled together. A lot of clean protocols in place that just come to create a very easy round victory compared to what we had seen on Mirage.
Yeah, certainly. And where this comes to exactly that point break was, I think it was, you can't for how crazy I feel like VSM consistently in a way does have really big performances. I think even it's going to take that energy to just take that to the next level. You're going to need to, I think, get that begged upon. A start like this for Denoco will suggest big things, so I think you're going to be within that tally and hopeful for it. There's Denoco, just finds that, and they look at both sides of the smokes. That is excellent work by Flamengo, putting up a defense to this A crawl.
Yeah, they really preempted what 9Z wanted to do. They knew what was happening before 9Z even started the motion of getting into that position. That's exactly what you needed to see. And Flamengo answer the call and pick up on the first ring.
They were expecting that. Knew that you were going to
Just a
receive
save?
a couple of numbers. Yeah. I mean, if that's how you totally see him going up here, maybe preparing for a late execute. 9Z is going to take this one on the chin and save 3 guns.
I guess Adam has tons of money, and Max is going to have money for a buy as well. With these 3 guns, they confirm a very strong purchase in the next. Yeah, what a adjustment to make. It's not even like, you know, obviously that position gets exploited last round, but it's not from that, not in that fashion, right? 9C, they boost over the top of red, and they're catching someone trying to break open the smokes, and that's very different. 9C this round, they look to try and be slow and very sneaky about that, where they creep through the smoke on their own timing. And the fact that Flamengo have adjusted to have both players, both in main and towards garage, looking for that play, that's really intelligent. I'm very impressed with Flamengo's adjustment just after 1 round.
This may damper their parade a little bit. We've lost Misfit for the meantime. Hopefully no big deal out here. We did have I don't want to jinx anything, but we did have Desh with a bit of tech issues with the Keystars earlier. Made that a more lengthier affair, against Flamengo than, likely foretold. But call history back up if you can't get him. He might be back from dinner by now, or, where he went after map 1.
Yeah, that's, of course, referring to the fact that Misfit unfortunately couldn't make it to the first map of that Keystars series. Helped lead the charge for Flamengo to a map victory on Mirage there, but he was back for Dust, and now he's been back for the series, thankfully so. And doubtful that would be the case, I would imagine.
Yeah, if that's what's putting it into a problem here. I mean, honestly, for the hopes that you have gotten on Nuke, where we have completely canceled them out, to be honest with you, where we were, prompting that up in the conversation, this is kind of everything that you are hoping to avoid and throwing off the groove. And maybe we are. Why not run it 4v4? You remember COD? You remember COD back in the day? Yeah, I think it's back to a 4v4 actually.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah, they changed to 5 for some reason. Isn't that weird? For a year, I'm pretty sure. Yeah,
I think it was longer than that. It was a while.
I think for I honestly cannot keep track of the titles now.
But we are back to 4v4. That I am certain of. Well, I think what we're gonna do is take a little break. Apologies for this delay. We're gonna see if we can get Misfit and Huaso Peak back in the server. We'll be back when that happens. See you then.
We're back. It's Nuke. It's live. Good to say that, Vincent. It feels good to be back.
That it does, my friend. That it does. They look back too, man. They look good right now, 9Z. Before we left, they saved a couple of rifles to get this buyout, and Guaso with a fantastic opener.
Ooh.
Looking like more
Oh my gosh.
of that. How's he
Pull out
alive?
that knife. Pull out that knife at the vent. You might have to finish the job that way. They've lost the Blony. And they will find him eventually. Who will see this 8-4 first? This is just ridiculous seeing it in the X-ray. This is so crazy that it actually sends them back. That double entry would likely have seen to the source. And, I mean, this bomb up close, that's not going to work well for you. Misfit double dips, and he gets 2 out of that. And this is disaster for 9Z after they got beautiful entries on A and just couldn't finish the job on a disappearing Dobloni. They're not completely out of this. But the bomb is literally in no man's land. Scratch that, it is in Flamengo's land.
Oh, he thought he would dot vent. He's got a molly too, man. He's got a molly too. I feel like this is absolutely doable if he had found him, but unfortunately that's not the world we live in. So 9Z, it is the question of what if, of what could have been. They found a Boney in that smoke. Adam, on a long mission. I mean, he's apparently given this a go. Okay, never mind. Into heaven. It's a save.
Yeah, with 22 seconds left. Not enough. Not enough. Film on the reel to net this in. A 4th recording up for Flamengo. Maybe one more footnote in the round. And we box him out. Is it clear enough? Could have been as day if Adam S was closer. It'll be a 4th for Flamengo.
How's Del Boney survived, man? How's he alive?
I mean, that's literally all due to them not finding the kill. And I gotta say, it says a lot that 9Z don't find the kill and just panic and decide to leave. Like, I feel like they had so much respect on that A site with the energy they got out with.
Well,
Obviously,
I'm gonna
there's
be
still a lot.
honest. Let me play defense, okay?
Defense.
I don't understand how Flamengo are so quick to get back to ramp. Because I think it's very reasonable for 9Z to assume that Flamengo probably just like isolated ramp. Like there's minimum or maximum 1 guy there and there's 2. I feel like that was a very reasonable assumption that 9Z made, but it wasn't the case. It's just it wasn't true.
Cut's looking for the wrap. Everybody's gonna just try and walk that ladder down into lower. Max on a Mac 10, he's hopping out. Speed things across. See if you can hook back one from Garage. Looking for it. Cuts actually makes the contact, and Cuts thinks he's in trouble. Knows all of this relies on the bodies. All of them up. The numbers to push back against 9Z, who are interested in going down B, but now have been brought to a halt by that smoke.
Yeah, VSM's the only one down there on the B site proper. Big defenses set up at A as well. If they do, like, actually pivot back to A proper, which is kind of what it looks like, even though the bomb's still down on B, they could run up vent. Yeah, Max is here, ready to do that. There's going to be way more resistance than they really were thinking.
Trying to get those entries back on 8 again, but it's literally been all good until they've had to deal with somebody right back behind the site. Until the Chilean to just spark another lay for 9Z. After his clutch on Mirage, they closed out the map. But have to get a 4K to put it on tab, and it's the most dangerous member of Flamengo to go ahead and just bear your challenge. Taps on the bomb once, and it is an instant execution for Hostile Peak. It's a 1v3, and he cashes in to grab the op. This T side just got jump-started.
Yeah, I mean, they were on life support before that. Thankfully, Shockable Rhythm, they get back into the mix, and 9Z, it's all up to Waso Peak. That shouldn't have been necessary, but again, you just got to give it over to Flamengo, man. Like, they just make the right call. VSM, they put their trust into him to hold down on the B site, and they've got 3 guys on A. That's just zero way in which 9Z are anticipating that to be the case. They have done so much to force a rotation. They have an opener. They have everything that would suggest that Flamengo should be a little bit more respectful of literally anywhere else on the map, man. And yet still, they had 3 at A. that is truly impressive from Flamengo. I don't know what they're making these decisions based off of. I'm not quite seeing it, but I'm also not in the game. I think that they're playing on a little bit of a different level right now on the CT side.
Yeah, there's a different energy about this series for Flamengo. I think that they've gotten a lot of confidence rolling through the switch stage of their first CCC appearance, and, you know, what that brought to them. It was, you know, maybe a little bit cut short for them in the playoffs, but, I mean, like, keep that hunger up. I think what they were able to put up there was a damn good result, and so, honestly, the fact that they're giving 9Z a run for their money on Nuke like this says a whole lot. So, we'll see if it just stops the bar at 4, or if they're continuing this, it gets hairy here with the economy.
That's true. Not perfect. Misfit has the big green, but everyone else has taken some concessions in this round to make that happen. Martinez just tight on that. Delboni almost spotted, but not seen where Martinez is up.
This is just going to prompt a push or a fall back. Passive stance, Flamengo stand right upon Max to go. He's trying to fold with a Mac 10. Flash to go a bit deeper. Now Max around that corner, spams in that clip, knows that somebody is ahead in blind. Zaboni does it, has a good kill, and now this is the start for Flamengo. Add one more upon it. There's Misfit that punishes. With the MP9s, with the crafty buy, it won't stop them from still getting a bit of respect, Vinny.
Flamengo can't indulge. They need to just hang tight with outside. There's no point in continuing to push there. There's no point in looking for information. They've got everything correct. Now they let the lower player in VSM start to give them that information.
Martinez gets that onto Misfit. One click with the op and he's gone into this lower bomb site. Come on, they got to hold on to a round at some point with these rifles and not have it just go. This is all handed for them by the clutch that came out of the 1v3 in the site. VSM finds that. How? It's perfect through the smoke. And you're going to get one more approach. So you got to hit one shot in the collateral out of the Spaniard. It is Martinez that brings 3 to 9Z.
Multiple times now for 9Z. They've been required to clutch, and clutch they do. Absurd for Martinez. It's 4 kills in the 1v2 to close out. BSM, he tracks him down with clearly not anticipating that. That's a misstep from BSM. I'm pretty sure Cuts is thinking that's a double swing. Instead, they swing at the exact same time, and it's one bullet that Martinez puts him to bed with. The fact that it's a 1v1, though, again, kind of gives Flamengo the inclination that this force buy might be a good idea. Only one survivor. We could still break them. We could push through and find that victory again. Well, that's what they're going to try to do, Mark. Try to put that forward. Yikes.
Ramp, not the interest so much after that little inkling. Here they go. Around this Molotov, it's going to be rough. But there's a couple more here at A. And just trying to avoid this, that Molotov, you know it's so tricky at the top of Hut. Getting that finally out. And Daboni, just here at the back of the bomb site, has been ultra successful. Got a quick turn and burn on the VSM. A triple out of Adam S. as he leaves his signature across this 4th round.
Man, here's the problem, right? As much as this is very, very scary for 9Z, every round coming down to the wire, every time they are in these rounds, it's a multi-frag that bails them out, a clutch that's required. All of that still nets rounds at the end of the day. And 9Z, it's their CT side that you are needing to be scared of, Flamengo. And so if they keep getting these rounds, 4 rounds is already enough for their T side.
Certainly. By my liking, I think for many, Daboni, there's just something about the confidence in this series that we just haven't seen from Flamengo. And it's not just the belief in himself, it's his team's belief in how exactly they want to use this tool. Seeing a shoulder after being just forced away from ramp in the previous, I think this is where the ball's going to be headed.
Yeah, but there's a double up here. Got
They
some
just
rats on
fluff
one
Molly
side.
in trophy room? Yeah.
They sure
Not
did.
great. Not great.
Lucan, who struggled on some entries here, does pick up Misfit. So at least that available to them. I really hope they don't go ramp, because I think that this is a trap that Flamengo can activate.
To the A
That's the
site.
right call.
Yeah, face their demons of Dinoco from that pistol. It's an awkward look at the top of triple, and now you're going to be chasing that down. It's gone off of Tetris. One more block in front of 9Z, but removed from the bomb site. Back into lobby is the problem. It's a thorn in the side that VSM absolutely feels as he comes back from ramp, steals a rifle in 30 seconds. They have to find the comfortability to put this bomb down. They are so spooked.
I mean, they should be, but the answer is that Flamengo aren't necessarily interested in going for this. I say that, actually. The Bunny has regrouped with VSM. They both have AKs. Oh, in the op, I would have considered this a good position, but they're in trouble. All right. No kid, at least.
But at this point, you just got to actually recycle over that matter. Just saw a collateral out of that cannon. Can it just be netted together in the same type of double? Doesn't line up. They're just so close. That round takes a full 2. 9Z against those USPs. Make it lengthy. Make it costly. But they are the one that takes the lead finally.
I mean, this is kind of what 9Z were doing, you know, in their most recent playoff run too, man. It's just like nothing ever is easy for 9Z right now. And as much as it looked pretty easy in the back into Mirage, well, I just don't think it. I think one little error could have changed that fact. Regardless, that's going back in time. We need to look towards the future right now. A little bit of a tech pause, but you know, I'm looking towards Lucan to really get activated. You know, Huaso has done a really good job of taking the cake,
Yeah,
and taking that first contact that Lucan often does pull off when he's on this T side. But I feel that can't be everything. That can't be the whole half that is required. I think that for me, Flamengo, the fact that they are so close so many times, Mark, and yet still don't quite get there, that's troublesome.
I mean, I've seen teams die quicker on these CT sides, but it's like, I mean, you really only have, 3 more rounds to maneuver here, so got to be able to, avoid that 8-4, right? I feel like if you lose here, I mean, you're already up to 7. That's how volatile, one mistake can feel, one miscommunication, that rotation fluffed out of that pause much briefer than, where we have been. Obviously, that being a factor here, I think kind of, seen out of what we kind of tech pause for a little bit after 4 rounds, took a bit of a break from it. I think that definitely fluffed some of the energy for Flamengo, but it's all kind of just nonsense with that. We need to see them step it up, and that's how. It's a big kill from Cuts, and there is carried over from the mini player.
I mean, a big moment, that's for sure. Able to stall them out. 5-on-3 now, Flamengo, but Cuts is isolated again. That's a little bit too much being done by Cuts in my book.
Giving over that 5 versus 3, dwindles it down to 4. This would be a spoiling round, and poetic to feel so. The SM still sparring, has got a great shot, and it's Eat Molotov to try and deny any easy bomb plant. All of this is coming from the ramp, so Adam S is not really going to be too terribly great of a help here. With no flanking time, the greatest help is what is on his belt. He's got 3 nades, but look at how much space is taken. This is suffocating, and right here, they're not going to have any business going down to B. 40-second save here for Adam S.
Yeah. No chance at much of anything when the bomb is down. And here's where the rubber meets the road, Marky. We talked about like Flamengo and how important this round is for them to win. Well, I think we maybe had a little oversight here where 9Z, this one is just as important because they've not been able to build any economy. They've won like 4 rounds straight, but they've got nothing in the bank. So an equalizer, 5-5. Now the scoreline. And 9Z, I mean, an eco isn't even going to rectify this.
No, it's not. I mean, so many of the thoughts that I put out at the beginning of that round were prompting up the scenarios for Flamengo's money and how it could, you know, rise and fall. But, I mean, the heavier 9Z were, especially with the chunk of change in those pockets, you see how it's lent them to go. They go for deagles, as a matter of fact, over the MP9. Spoke about how those, you know, rushes and everything rhythmically, there you go, is so easy to find on those Tech 9 sometimes. I mean, I really think for what you saw from Dinoco and Dabloni on that bomb site, they can really take advantage of that when they're in the offense.
It's a good point. One that hopefully 9Z can lean into. That's what their goal is in this round. Limitations abounding. 2 sets of smokes. First set in stone. Now they look to crawl across.
To fight Garage?
Moretz,
No, right
under.
in the credits. I think that might have been a mistake by Martinez, but you need to split this pack somehow. You have to get context, and there is Lucan just doing that. Big kills out here on the crawl, and now they're just not confident about this next step. It is space that they are likely going to have to take in a mini, but this Opper is still looking. The more mobile Misfit is, I think the larger margin of error you could find on a spot like this, but it is a great light that he's going to have on a mini, and Daboni like that is going to try and just cut this off himself. His AK is looking clean. Misfit finally gets this through, but it is Lucan that is going to have to step on it. 1v1 has operated for a minute without this information, but Dinoco is expecting the play from A, forgot about the window out of lockers, and has a great angle. That should be Flamengo's round, stolen out of their hands by the Argentinian.
Man, Dinoco, just a big mistake there. He had it all the information. Lucan got the kill, but maybe that's the problem. Maybe they didn't necessarily understand where Lucan was located, and so that misunderstanding is what pays the iron price there. 9Z take a round from Flamengo's grasp. Delboni having a great map, but apparently those triple kills just not enough. It's that nightmare fuel. You said, Mark, Flamengo can't afford to lose this half. Well, they might just.
Their hopes will feel bankrupt after that. But there's always the other way to look about it, right? A cup halfway full. I mean, not literally, but almost there. They could get a 6th. They would match them at that price. But 5 is still good for a nuke half. I think bad for the current concepts, the current measures where the expectations were. But for Flamengo doing what they did, and now 9Z crawling back, they have won these rounds through big moments, especially on that Mirage. Flamengo have, you could argue, been more consistent within this series altogether. Now they're going to be having to track back across to a lower bomb site, Vincent. 2Mac tends to lead the way.
Yeah, guess who it is in defense. VSM stepping forward first and foremost. He's now gotten across over to Buttons. Cuts caught and removed, but now it's even harder. VSM, he still does it. They called in the support. Down the vent ×2. Misfit smoked, and Lucan handling Delboni as they move forward. Misfit up ahead, but I don't think Martinez spotted him. Adam is bested Dinoco, and now Misfit. Oh, the flick not there, but surely a trade. Lucan gets there in time, and it's a triple kill from Lucan in that recovery we were so looking for. 7-5. It is the tragedy for Flamengo, where they lose the CT half of Nuke.
You know, where we talk about this big picture, I think out of Series 2, you know, where you literally had Bestia lose last night to 2Game, a team that was, you know, coming back from the Swiss. I think for, you know, 9Z and a couple of these, you know, teams that we consider with the Argentinians that I just mentioned is, you know, the fact that really it's all these other teams that are trying to work back in the Swiss and that have, you know, worked for these jerseys on their backs from, you know, the Swingers back, getting that done earlier versus the Keed Stars, right? I mean, these are rosters that are continuing to give these upper echelon groups within South America runs for their monies in these online portions, geez, where I think that's worth a praise. You know, really right here, I think it's Flamengo showing great stuff, but I think since we were seeing a lot of cuts, especially in Season 2 of CCT, I think there was a lot of respect there, whether it was the placements, whether it was, you know, what he was able to do. I mean, between all the moves that Patina State Ferrari made, he still put up some good stuff.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case. Unfortunately for Flamengo, I do think, you know, that second half really sort of told a story. 9Z kind of as a team kind of pushed themselves up above what Flamengo were doing. And now it's taken basically all 7 rounds for 9Z have been courtesy of multi-frags. And that's, you know, triple kills plus. I'm talking not even just, you know, double. Now it's a more comfortable nuke CT side.
Max walking this way, trying to get this tap on, and Max does have a great headshot, wanting to continue. He does have that gun, and SLP gets a great shot. That is one up above the middle of the pack, and he will continue to stack. That has to get one more higher to just try and best Tinoco, but while we're keeping track of these records, while we're keeping track of it all, this has gone back in front of the faces of 9Z, but Lucan has got that, and he's got cover. That means all of the anxiety is coming back in VSM, but he is sharp. He is just going to be the most potent point of Flamengo at every turn. It's a 4K for VSM, who had an ace that finished off the Keed Stars right before we lost into this series. It seems like Flamengo are lighting that candle into the second half.
I mean, they certainly are, man. VSM, you asked him to clutch. He needed to pull that one back. That was from a deficit. 9Z had a 5-on-4 to very begin that round. They had the right players, the right numbers over on the A-bomb site in Flamengo. VSM still delivered. Incredible stuff from individuals, but Martinez isn't done with you yet. First attempt, and it falls right there. Oh, Adam. Adam is nasty position.
And for more attention, he will grab all this chaos through. I'm not loving this. I'm not loving this from Lucan, pushing the envelope too far. They wanted to try and bag a bit more outside right here. It's going to take a couple more tags. I mean, that's just absolutely the truth. Back up towards A right now. Obvious play going to be the mini wrap, but I think that 9Z are going to be trying to guard for a bit more than this. It is pristine out of Martinez, who relocates. The Spaniard has been so spontaneous tonight, and here with that next step, not guaranteed. It's a 2v2 that VSM puts us through.
I think Wasser's about to find an AK potentially. Actually, it doesn't matter now. He's been made known. Misfit spotted. This is a little complicated. Now they can go down B. Misfit's got no issue. Just getting this bomb planted with nothing in opposition. Hearing Max drop. Also, far away. VSM's on the flank. He's got to speed this up.
The Chilean saying, hey, I'm here too. But Max is the one getting the kill. VSM used to this feeling. Just had to complete a 1v1 playing bodyguard upon it. And VSM hasn't given it the look that it deserves. It's Max that flies off the bomb and gets that kill himself. Has to do it the way he wants. The IGL of 9Z pulls up his team by the bootstraps to 8.
Yeah, it's him there at the end. Really intelligent rotations from Max. That's where he deserves a lot of the credit. Obviously a nice shot, but you know, coordinating with Huaso Peak is very good to see. Beyond that though, Martinez, little mistake taken advantage of by Flamengo. They toss those yard smokes. It's VSM that we start the round watching and seeing that happen, but unfortunately Flamengo peek ahead of those, and Martinez takes full advantage of it. He gets another one before the whole thing's done and dusted, so you got to be respectful of Martinez. He hasn't had that crazy op series that I think we were bigging up when we talked about him in the pregame, but he's capable, and he shows it right there.
Certainly is. For Tech9s to go ahead and grasp this route. But let's see if, money is where my mouth is. I've been speaking so much about how these types of plays can just bring you right back into business. But unfortunately, you're feeling bankruptcy out of a damn rush like that and recycling a couple of these guns across the manor. 9Z are starting to get comfortable to lock in for double digits. They're going to see a group of Glocks across the board.
Yeah, a little bump in the road in regards to the pistol round and VSM's clutch, but they buy back and they buy well. The fact that they get so many MP9s out of the mix, that's the real proof in the pudding that you've been talking about, the low buys and how effective they are. Well, it was 4 MP9s, or 3 MP9s, excuse me, and a scout that won 9Z back this half.
Big time sprays out of Martinez, and he's got that secondary a bit quicker than reloading. A bit quicker than 18 seconds? I don't know, then I can post that myself. Double digits a brewing for 9Z.
Yeah, this one, not much to say, not much to see. Just a clean sweep. The Luke and Martinez duo over on ramp. Not to put too clear a point here, Mark, but this is a must-win round for Flamengo. I don't think they can afford to lose this one.
Yeah. At a certain point, this is all of 9Z taking over in a certain way. I need to see that ball get, I think, moved to ramp, where there's a smoke down, and Cuts does feel a bit lenient towards this part of the map, but it's Martinez here, the only man you don't want to see. Cashed in for 1, and somehow gets away unscathed. Gets away where there's a rotation that will not come through J-Hall. That is the issue, leaving open the Heaven Wrap, and there currently seems to be Hassau getting boxed out with VSM ready to go and pay attention to this. Lucan, if he finds this back, all the way cutting back up, Moretz would really feel all the dread in the rest of this call.
I really like this reaction from Lucan. It's gaining back ground. They had lost. Oh, it's a tough fight for Hassau. Very tough indeed. Martinez joins the A site too.
All 3 of them right here. Martinez, where is he going to look this up? They're going to be just jumping out of heaven. Lucan thinking otherwise. Got to keep it all in mind right now. This is the way that Flamengo need to go, and it's on a very poignant dime for it. Flash out, and Martinez misses first, and they trade. Max now has to do it himself and can't connect. The Argentinian alone will see into a 7th for Flamengo. Enough money to go here. I would say give it a chance, but
no. I think that's the want. That's the idea of, giving something a go, maybe pull it out. Maybe a 50% chance. No, that's not the right option. Lucan knows it. Keep this money that they built up so handedly over the last couple of rounds and keep it strong. That's a big missed moment from Martinez, to be honest. Could not have been a better opportunity. Could not have been better positioned. And he really lets Max down. He's on the other side of that site. A massive win for Flamengo. And even before that, man, I thought 9Z did a great job of rotating. They knew what they were doing. They were in the right place. You can just, counter second-guessing himself a little bit, which, that'll happen. The fact that Martinez gets up onto the A site and they're ready for that attack, he just can't provide.
Investigating actively all the way to the back of red. Adamas will just go. Another very heavy start outside. Ops already ringing out. Cuts trying to find a play like this. They may have seen him. They're so heavily clearing this. Dinoco being just toyed with. There's a bit of a spam to give kind of a bit of nuance to this. At a certain point, this has got to drop. All the rest of 9Z have no kind of voice to this. I mean, they've got to be staring him down. There is another step to this take, and they're going for it. I feel like if they really did know, then they might use one of these Molotovs. It is the Romanian that has just slipped it all. How much moxie is there to this? There's not going to be the push of the smoke. Adam S has not found anything seeing on this side of the coin. It will go tails.
Yeah, they get down, but Adam S is still in a good position to maybe take back advantage. Max comes down to the B bomb site as well. He's going to the first contact.
The rush downstairs. Max stays where he is the most comfortable. Lucan aggressive. One frag is not good enough. This bomb about to go down. You're not going to be able to rotate back through. This has to be a successful fight. Why not take the 1v1? And why not go for that stabbing trade? One more player to try and separate from 9Z in 11 rounds. It's a misfit on this op. One tap upon it. And now Adam S, who's been patiently waiting for a flank opportunity, cashes in. Hassau Peak with the defuse. 9Z have a tough one, but a good one.
Yeah, I think that 9Z bailed out there by some good decision-making late into the round. I really like the decision that is made there by Max to fake the door open, not to commit to that. But at the same time, that's like the third time I've seen Lucan make just a really, I'm going to call it a boneheaded mistake, to be honest. Where he's fighting alone, where he's not with his team, and he's not in a position where his team can trade off of him. They're very fortunate that that wasn't a problem. Otherwise, though, a fantastic round.
Martinez got a great shot on the misfit. That's a 1v1. Cuts with this entry. It's been very tough to get this rotation back down in the J-Hall, but don't focus on that down to ramp. It's Max that has already sprinted in this way. And if Cuts goes down with the bomb in this back, then you better ice this one out, son. It is 2 HP left up on Duploni. And he has nowhere to go. And that might just end his fate through. It was down. Was that really a via the contact?
I don't think he died to the contact, but it did hit him. And then he died to the explosion after the fact.
I think yesterday I called our series a sitcom. That's definitely kind of rearing its head there. Dramedy,
it looked like it. We might need to run that one back. But yeah, that's what I thought happened. Very silly indeed. If it wasn't the case, very close. 5 chances for 9Z. Put the finishing touches on it. Here's that fast upper play. You've been asking for it, Mark.
Let's see if it will change the charts. These flashes, they're so damn good. This may continue to actually be a bit of a threat, but Martinez, he has one chipping back through, but I mean, this isn't such a clear path back for the Spaniard. It's a Molotov put up, and it's a smoke that's going to be in the back of Hut that Cuts is going to be testing, and now just going to be caught. They're going to go on this. The Romanian decked, and now it's all on to the Spaniard alone. Shouldn't be at heaven, but is. Dive to the floor, and Martinez would have to go and actually shimmer lighter than Dinoco. And a round like that on the A site where Dinoco had so much success on the first half, it's not happening. It's 8 for Flamengo.
It was actually Del Boni that had all that success in the first half. Dinoco a little bit of a stinker, actually, I think. But
he had that triple in the pistol. It's just been in my memory.
This is true. That pistol feels far removed, though, at this point.
Yes.
I mean, round 21 we go into now. Regardless, those 4 kills from Dinoco, critical. They go back again. They want to try this once more. A little bit different, though, because 9Z are not so committed to the site. Doesn't change the fact that Hassau Peak goes down uncontested.
Another easy grab to A. I say check the temperature on this, see what the vibe is like, and, you know, decide if this is one that's actually worth going for. Now it is. Now this isn't a debate. This doesn't have to actually be too far within cooperation to exactly what's to come at Mini. Why does this look so awkward for 9Z?
Yeah.
This is going to be a tough go about it. Martinez, even in the way they're in a 4 versus 2, they can still lose this, but it's all alone. I think when I prompt up a bit of a fairy tale here, though, within this kingdom, it is the crown of Group A that will land softly onto 9Z. There's one more part about this slot. Flamengo are going to have to see which of Game Hunters and Keydstars are going to be giving them issues. But right here, I think it's really, it's good work for Flamengo in that sense. Energy that they have presented, but it's a long week of play. And it's not over yet, right? I mean, they're going to have to reset and get ready to go. It's a 2-0 for 9Z. They are going to be seeing into the rest of this thing.
Yeah, I think maybe I think you put a fine touch there on the thoughts and opinions for Flamengo. So I'm going to talk about 9Z a little bit, because to be completely blunt, I still don't feel very convinced with what 9Z have put together. Right. They still look like a team that's incredibly upsettable. A team that, you know, whilst they have some good things to do, I've been impressed with some of the things that I've seen from them. I think the calling's still really good. I think that Max is still in a very solid position as the leader of this team. I think some of the details really struggle, and the fact that they were really required to, you know, have these hero moments in the first half, and yeah, it gave them a really good T half, but it was all hero moments. It wasn't anything that I would consider replicable. You know, change that to the CT side, very good there from Nuke, and they looked a little bit better, but there's still those moments of question mark that are there for me. So I think 9Z very fortunate that they were able to pick up this in 2-0 fashion. That being said, you know, Flamengo have a lot to offer, and they're not done yet.
Yeah, I think where, you know, I was riffing before about some of these, like, top tier 2 teams within the South American space. Obviously, we had Bestia just last night lose, it was CCT Series 1 here in South America to 2 game, a team ripping from the Swiss, right? In really questionable performance to that route, right? I think if it was going to be a win for Bestia, then, I mean, it was really just going to be kind of a relief, and that was the storyline that was then smashed at the end, right? And it's even a more bitter feeling that the Argentinians walk out of that tournament with. And, I mean, for 9Z, it wasn't entirely convincing in the wins that they did get. So I think that with this route in, and honestly, you know, it's convincing fashion. They should absolutely be doing that to the Game Hunters this morning. I think I would have liked to see a bit more light out of 9Z more consistently, but I mean, it's a brand new tournament, Vincent, and in the first day, they're still walking out 2-0, so I can't criticize that too much.
You know, that's fair. I think I maybe get a little bit too deep in the weeds sometimes about like the fashion and what they look like. I think you're right, Mark. It is a victory at the end of the day, and I think it's important to celebrate those and to, you know, understand and accept that, listen, every day is a different day, and it's not always going to be your prettiest version of Counter-Strike that you're putting on display. But at the end, if you get the win, that's what matters, and that's what they do. So, you know, a good day at the office for 9Z. I think when you take this in a way, and one that, you know, Flamengo aren't going to be too happy or too sad rather about either.
Definitely not. And, you know, as we pull out of the show here today, and obviously prompt up, you know, what we did in the lower bracket there, I really want to, like, honestly, Vincent, we didn't get to, I think the two of us did not get to cast Game Hunters at the beginning of that CCT, but we talked about them and even saw them, you know, move up to the playoffs. They lost 0-2 to Red Canids out there. I really don't love their chances coming into that series versus Keydstars tomorrow. I wanted to see them take a step up versus 9Z, and that energy was not there. That Mirage was really discouraging. What would be discouraging is flat out getting eliminated from Thunderpick without even winning a map, right? I mean, that would be terrible for them. Not saying that that's the case here, you know, exactly to Wallace in their next series, but I mean, to be eliminated 0-2, right? That is what they're staring down. And for like where we were prompting them to go to a CCT playoff, saying that was great for them, but we need to see more identity. I'm not so happy for where the Game Hunters sit. How about you?
No, not feeling great about it, but the good news is they got a little bit of time to figure out exactly what that's going to look like. The day over here, but we got more coming at you tomorrow, so make sure you keep tuned in here to the channels for Thunderpick. We'll see you then, and hopefully you'll enjoy it. Have a great night, and we'll see you next time.